Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us see our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same.
Namaste and welcome to Healing Our Earth. This is our 157th episode of bringing together people in a place of harmony, love, compassion, and unity. We are primarily promoting the softer part of Dharma, the part that is intrinsic to all of us. And it's one of these things where today we're going to be promoting yoga and meditation. So my name is Riddhi Vyas. I am your host for today. And before we get started, we'll start with a prasthana. I am going to be doing the Gayatri mantra. You are welcome to do whichever mantra works for you. So I invite you to sit, uncross your legs, uncross your arms, have a straight back, and just taking a deep breath. And exhale. And as you breathe in, the abdomen, the chest, and then the upper chest. And as you exhale, release, let go. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So this mantra enables us to move from a place of darkness to a place of light, from a place of ignorance to a place of knowledge. And that very much is our goal today, as we have a session today on yoga and meditation. So I'd like to invite you to do some 3-level breathing just to set the scene and to take away from the hustle and the bustle of your daily lives. So as we breathe in from the abdomen, and then the chest, and then the upper chest. And as you exhale, feel your abdomen completely emptying back towards the back of your spine until you can exhale no more. And take another nice deep breath. And exhale. And as you breathe in now, begin to feel light. And as you exhale, relax, release, let go. Taking another nice deep breath, feeling light on the way in. And as you exhale, feel yourself completely relaxing, releasing, letting go. And as you continue to do this in your own time, be a silent observer to your breath. Be a silent observer to your thoughts. As you continue to do so, feel the difference. As you create space, you're moving away from your senses and your mind. Creating space and then completely emptying, completely releasing, completely letting go. And as you continue doing this in your own time, notice the difference between your inhalation and your exhalation. And as you continue to give yourself space, begin to be present in the room today, in the comfort of your own home, just being totally still. Giving yourself that space, moving away from the hustle and the bustle of your daily lives, to be present with us here and now. And as you continue to breathe, notice what your body is doing. Notice what your mind is doing. The key is the awareness. As you begin to dissolve the tension, releasing any tension that's built up, and just being completely present, gifting yourself that opportunity to just be. And notice as you oxygenate, as you take in that air, notice what your prana is doing. Notice how your prana is shifting into a place of awareness. You may even have a focus point, such as between your eyebrows. Notice the energy rising from behind your belly button up towards the middle of your eye. And in a minute, but not yet, begin to become more aware of your surroundings, wiggling your toes, wiggling your fingers, bringing yourself back into the surroundings, feeling light, feeling love, feeling connection. Slowly opening your eyes, taking in a point of the room, and just allowing your eyes to adjust again. And coming back. Thank you everyone for that. So we're going to move on to our first session. And our first session I am very excited for because we're going to be talking primarily about two sciences that go hand in hand together. It's part of the Indian traditional sciences. It's also something that is very often overlooked. So we're going to be bringing together yoga and Ayurveda. And we have got two very esteemed guests with us that will enable us to take a deep dive into exactly how the prevalence of the yoga and Ayurveda has been up until the present day, from its introduction in the ancient sciences to the present day and the way that we have now incorporated these movements into the NHS. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Rajiv Gupta ji. Namaste ji. He is actually a very esteemed person at Healing Our Earth. He takes part in the health and wellness sessions. He actually leads them. And he is a doctor by profession, a GP with several decades of experience. And he's also part of the Patanjali yoga system as a medical doctor and a medical advisor. Namaste ji, welcome.
So kind of you.
We've also got Amarjit Bhamra. Amarjit Bhamra ji takes part in the Indian traditional sciences. He is part of the all-party parliamentary group, which aims to bring together sciences like Ayurveda and yoga under one roof, so that we can start to work with these modalities together as one. He has been very instrumental in his work, doing loads of lectures and really bringing to forefront Ayurveda and yoga in the UK. Amarjit ji, welcome. Global namaste to you. We can't hear you. You seem to be muted.
Can somebody, okay.
There
Can
we
you
go.
hear me now?
We can hear you now, Ji. How are you?
So, Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Namaste to everybody. Thank you for having me there with you.
Fantastic. And so the first thing that I really wanted to speak about for our audiences here today is, what does it actually mean to take part in Indian traditional sciences? What is actually yoga and Ayurveda as healing modalities, and how can it help us in our day-to-day lives?
Do you want me to start with the?
Yes, please, Rajiv ji.
So again, I pronounce all participants in Healing Our Earth. It's a wonderful platform that Nirmar has created, and the team that has been going for many years now. And I think it's 256 sessions, 257 sessions. So it's really, really wonderful to have that. The platform in terms of health benefit is extremely useful for traditional sciences, because I am being a medical doctor and consultant here for 26 years. The tricky thing is that there is a difference in the way modern science deals, or the allopathic medicine deals with the health, compared to the ancient traditional science deal. And as you know, yoga, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and all these things, including the homeopathy, have been there for nearly 5,000 years. And there is a scientific basis of it. We haven't really discovered and brought to it. The way it works, when I define, I'm pretty sure Amarjit would agree that both yoga and Ayurveda are a natural way of living, and that aligns the body and its molecule and the enzymes and the hormones and the minerals and the fluids to do a performance which is better, and it leads to the health and happiness and longevity or longer life in a normal non-pharmaceutical way. So the modern science deal with the pharmaceutical where
Yes, modern science deals with pharmaceutical way. Rajivji, I think you might just be frozen there for a second. But yes, absolutely. So we're starting to look at the things from a molecular level. We're starting to look at how oxygen can then increase our prana by increasing the red blood cell throughout our body, and the blood then is being circulated throughout the body. So when we look at yoga, we're looking at a couple of things, but we're looking at the way that our heartbeat moves from a state of relaxation, a state of stress where we first begin the class, maybe in a state of tamas, to a state of sattva by the time that we finish the class and we're in final relaxation.
yeah. Amarjit, did you want to say anything at that point? Otherwise, I wanted to mention one more way. As you mentioned about shifting the system, the modern life is stressful life. We are constantly on the fight and flight mode. How we can get better house, how we can get better wife, how we can get a married partner for our children, how we can get a better position, how we get promotion, all that is driving the materialistic world. So there is more world outside that we are looking, but we are not looking into our inner world. The inner universe is bigger than the outer universe. And this traditional science actually explore us and take us on journey to the inner world, which you have beautifully demonstrated just now through closing the eye and doing a short meditation. So I think that is one very important way, and that releases your endorphins, which causes happiness, that releases the hormones from the pituitary gland that causes growth, and even in the age, it causes release of DHEA, which is a hormone that increases the sexual activity or sexual power. It reduces the stress, it increases the activity of the heart, the pumping power of the heart, and also increases the organ function. So like people who have diabetes, if they do yoga, pranayam, and take Ayurvedic medicines, even the diabetes can reduce. I'm not saying 100% disappears, but a journey, improvement in asthma, improvement even in the organ dysfunctions of the liver and kidney that has happened. And there are scientific studies now to prove that. So I think that is very beautiful way of connecting now the transcendental science. So that's old science connected to the modern science. And we are all in that journey to connect it together. So thank you so much. And Amarjit has done a tremendous amount of work in there through his individual efforts over the past, I think, 17, 18 years, and through the all People Parliamentary Group and through various other organizations. So I think it would be best to have him. Amarjit ji, do you want to share your experience?
Yes, so thank you, Ridhiji. Thank you for this auspicious invitation to invite me to this discussion, and I'm also indeed grateful to my very learned colleague, Dr. Rajivji, who is joining us here today. So, if I can just start off, with the implications of stress. The stress levels around the world have greatly increased in the last few years, partially due to the fast pace of communication through the internet, media, news, which is overloading our minds. We know from Sanskrit, the very famous saying, Vasudeva Kutumba Katam, that we are all interconnected as a family of nations. So a gentleman called Hans Selye is often considered as one of the early pioneers of modern stress theory. So he defines stress as the non-specific response of the body to any demand, whether it is caused by or results in pleasant or unpleasant conditions. So Selye identified 3 stages of adaptation which a person goes through and in Selye's general adaptation syndrome, of 1936. They are number 1, alarm, number 2, resistance, number 3, exhaustion. So these stages are associated with particular biological markers, such as changes in hormone patterns and the production of more stress hormones, and the gradual depletion of body's energy resources. So in the alarm stage, the body recognizes a challenge or a threat and goes into a fight or a flight response. Stress hormones, adrenaline and cortisol, are both produced. And so then in the resistance stage, the body attempts to adapt a challenging situation, which obviously it's persisting. The coping or adaptation requires psychological resources, which may eventually get depleted. And then finally, in the exhaustion stage, the stressful challenges has persisted too long. The immune system is impaired, long-term damage and illness may result. So if we think of stress as an external, then to reduce stress, we must change our world. If we realize stress is our response to circumstances and events in our life, then reducing stress is possible. So finally, just a couple of more things I want to share with you on stress. So healthy lifestyle choices can make us stronger and more resilient so that life's challenges are not as stressful. Healthy habits help with stress prevention. Greater understanding of some of the life's most challenging situations, often considered as the greatest causes of stress, can reduce unnecessary stress. Many natural stress reliefs can help us restore a sense of ease, balance, and harmony in our lives.
That is fantastic. And as both of you will know, a lot of the illnesses, a lot of the serious diseases that are coming through in the NHS are stress related. It's a massive problem, especially in the NHS. Does that now mean that we're actually moving from mechanistic medicine to pluralistic medicine? Are we now starting to look at things on a much deeper level? Because with medicine, with conventional medicine, it's very helpful if somebody has a physical injury, if there is something physically wrong. But with stress, a lot of the time it becomes mental, emotional. And how can the paradigms of yoga and Ayurveda help in this respect?
So I think it's
sorry. After you.
Okay, so I'm thinking a good point that in my view, when even before going into medical school, I always thought and we were taught in those that health is not just absence of a physical disease. So health includes a physical health, mental health, emotional health, and spiritual health. And these all four are essential components. And although spirituality is something I cannot teach during the NHS hours, but I teach them the whole system of physical, mental, and emotional health. Say, for example, I do a weight management clinic. And during the weight management clinic in the NHS, I tell them not just to depend on medicines for weight loss, but more importantly, mindful eating, so that you are aware of what is going through your hands into your mouth, what is going into your stomach, what juices are going to be secreted. Is it pancreas juice? Chewing it properly, because with the modern stress in the lifestyle, people eat unconscious, food goes in, they're watching television and food is going in, or they are just talking. So these all things need to shift into the natural way. So that's one way to improve it. And the second thing is also to do regular breathing, because you know that there's an 80-20 rule. Those people who are in business would know Pareto's principle that 20% of sales bring 80% of results. And that's Pareto's principle. You walk on 20% of carpet 80% of the time. You wear 20% of the clothes 80% of days, because that's where the results come. And interestingly, air has got 21% oxygen, and that 20% do miracle when it goes into the body. It changes the metabolism, it changes the organ functions. So all these stress hormones, which are cortisol and the adrenaline primarily, change its track and come back to a normal harmonious way. And when you do the deep breathing, the Anulom Vilom and Bastrika particularly, and if you can add a Brahmari into it with humming the breathing, it just brings so much of alignment of the universal energy to your corporate energy, to your cellular energy, to your molecular energy, to your ATP, ADP, and the recycling of energy. And you feel so set and relaxed. And that's how the natural sciences of yoga and Ayurveda work together. And then you do physical exercises to stretch, release the joint pain and other bodily dysfunctions. So combination of the yoga in form of asana and pranayam is relatively known, but it has got 8 limbs. It was yam, niyam, pranayam, asana, pratyahar, dhyan, dharana, and samadhi. So it's like a long list. But as people go deeper, they get more and more relaxed, and the health automatically get better without using drugs or treatment. Thank you.
And that is such an important point, because if we just look at our body composition, around 75% of our body is made up of water, and water is hydrogen and oxygen. And it's really interesting because we can survive without food, we can survive without water, but we can't survive without oxygen. We can't hold our breath for ample amounts of time. So oxygen seems to be the thing that is vitalizing the prana within us to be able to then calm down the thought waves and to be able to relax and empty the body. Amajit, would you like to expand on that?
Yes, I mean, in addition to what my learned colleague has already suggested, which I agree totally with him, I just want to address, maybe if I can, a couple of situations, because I'm, as you know, slightly more policy driven. We all, I think, know all the benefits. India has been cherishing them for thousands of years, and many people around the world follow this particular tradition. But what we're up against here in the United Kingdom and around the world outside India is looking at the Indian traditional sciences concept, which of course include yoga and meditation and pranayama and Ayurveda and other Indian traditional sciences, that we need to somehow get across and make the NHS and make our health architecture understand that we need to employ a more holistic approach to health.
Right.
And that we want to, so the evidence and practice-based solutions handed down through millennia of medical practice in India, are formatted into this strategy. Applications are now being researched by modern scientists, largely in response to people's choice. There was in the National Health Service program that they came out with, for certain years back, and then there was clearly an indication that this is a people's choice. People want to have this. People want to have safe treatments. People don't want to be implicated by having other situations arising from one medication. So that's people's choice is very important. It's very paramount to understand this. And then of course, choice visibly growing worldwide for preventative healthcare and medicines free from risk of known dangerous side effects. So ancient Indian or Vedic sciences has stood the test of time, and modern science developing effective technologies for crisis management, I think is a way to sort of perhaps look at this. And at this time, truly, we have now an opportunity. I'm so glad that Dr. Gupta is with us, and all my learned colleagues are on the panel here. Some of you I don't know personally, but I'm so happy that we are now truly in this very deep, powerful age of Kali Yuga, that we have an opportunity now for a pluralistic health care system, and we have within our grasp the knowledge of the tree of life, both the root and the branch. The health of both results in the flower and the fruit of life. Our achievements, our progress, and our fulfillment as a society, unrestricted by chronic disease. One which can reduce health care costs by preventing disease arising through the ancient knowledge of the cause of dis-ease, and aided by the constantly evolving knowledge and understanding of health through modern science. So there is, Ridhiji, there is some brilliant work by researchers at this moment in time as we speak, such as Dr. Paula Shetty, Padma Shri Professor Darshan Shankar, Dr. Tony Nader, Dr. Venkata Joshi, Dr. Mahesh Madpati, Dr. Raghupati Good, Dr. Sanjay Kinra, revealing the science of Ayurveda to modern scientists through the hitherto unseen depths of scrutiny achievable now through artificial intelligence.
That is absolutely beautiful. And it also appears that yoga and Ayurveda, they have their roots in Vedic sciences. A lot of this comes back from India. How can we begin to simplify some of the language surrounding yoga and Ayurveda so that we can maintain those roots when it goes into the NHS? Raji, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's $1 million question, and I have struggled with it initially, although I have read Ayurveda, have practiced yoga for many years now. This was one of the biggest challenge, because when I talk to Ayurveda, to my NHS colleagues, the qualified medical doctors, they straight away reject, because many of the terms which are in Ayurveda mean completely different than in the modern medicine or allopathic science. So I had to digest it myself, and we are in process of changing the whole glossary just to make it easily understandable. And that is the bridge that we have to make in order for people to accept, because in order to accept, first you need to understand. And in order for you to understand, you need to know what is the meaning. So what is the meaning of amla in Ayurveda could be very different. What is the meaning? And I'm just giving this an example, so please do not take me for that. But there are many, many other terms which are there. Even simple people understand, for example, Vata, Kapha. So Kapha in Ayurveda is a disposition. A cough in medical science is like, coughing. This is a completely different meaning. And this is just one example, but this is how we need to translate. So, and I think probably Amarjit and his team can help. We are translating the glossary of the Ayurveda and yoga, and also Tai Chi, and also of the traditional Chinese medicine, because all of these are ancient sciences and there is a lot of wealth in it. If there was no wealth, they would have not survived. They would have disappeared by now. The idea is that we need to bring it back into Western medicine to establish its root, and not only just to establish its root, but to make it visible and to make it powerful. And if we do not have deep roots here, we don't make it clear and understandable to them in their own language, it will be like a little pole which is 2 centimeters deep into the soil. Big wind comes, it will fall. But if we put this pole deep, like 6 feet deep, then even the strong wind, it will not fall. And that's actually the strength that integrated healthcare is bringing into it, integrating everything, because no one science is perfect for all diseases or conditions. We should have a toolkit their patient has a choice to choose what is suitable to them, time more convenient to them, and a lifestyle that fits to them, so that they can realize the benefit in the best way. However, it all stay evidence-based so that we are not quacks, we are professionals and we are providing the best care. So we are in the process of doing some more studies. I have collected lots of scientific papers from the past. We are digesting it and converting that into a common understanding way that would bridge the gap. And I hope with my side being inside of the NHS, on the other hand, we make East and West meet together in order to make it happen. So it's a good platform, and you as well have brought us together. It's really fantastic, and Anil Kumar on his like a magical way is doing the work. So I think we are all on a good platform to make it happen, and I have a firm belief is going to happen in next couple of years. It may not be complete, but a good process start. And I always believe once you start bicycling, then it will drain and the speed will become faster and faster. So thank you so much for that. I'll stop it here.
Fantastic. Amarjeet, would you like to expand on what Rajiji has just said?
Yes, are we coming to the end of this session?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, simply the success, the hallmark of the success that we've enjoyed at the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Science is that we've simplified the language of Ayurveda and yoga through to the understanding of the language of modern science. And I look forward to working, together with Dr. Gupta ji on this further. But just if I can maybe add, so some of the engagements, that general people, members of the public, can look at, looking at more health conscious, tips to achieve long-lasting results. Because I think what we've done is that we leave our issues in the hands of somebody called doctors, who are really wonderful, amazing people. But there are a lot of things that we can do to prevent the disease logging on in the first place. So look at sort of achieving long-lasting results would be for families and people to have the essential seasonal knowledge of seasonal healthcare, which both Ayurveda, in fact, all Indian traditional sciences promote, especially yoga and Ayurveda. So you look at something, Ritu Charya, Ritu is season, Charya is a regimen, is a powerful health-giving Ayurvedic tool that helps us live according to the changes in season. So we don't go and buy mango every week, from wherever you buy your shopping. And so eat seasonal produce. So health-giving Ayurvedic tools help us live according to the changes, and they actually prepare us for the onslaught of the next season. And Dr. Rajiv basically mentioned, some doshas. So these are very important to make internal adjustments so that our doshas are in state of balance. Ayurvedic health guidelines are extremely powerful and potent for this. And then, of course, expanding from there very quickly is dinacharya. Dinner is daily routine, if followed properly. And this is something that, people, all of us, we're all learners and we're all teachers. And we have to share this wisdom, with each one of us and those people that we have the privilege of meeting, is to help establish, to try and follow this as properly as possible, and to help establish balance in an individual's constitution, and thereby helping, regulating the biological clock, which aids digestion. So you see, Ayurveda does not say you are what you eat. Ayurveda says you are what you digest. So, helping to digest, absorb, assimilate, and generates discipline, which inevitably generates discipline, peace, happiness, and longevity. And this is how we started our very small, brief conversation this evening about stress and taking us away from stress, and to integrate, all these, into our lives, and making making our intelligence, our health, our family, our social relationships are therefore all improved, thereby. The major impact of which is more peaceful, more happy, and more healthy world. To quote the United Nations, war is made in the minds of men, therefore implicit within which is the understanding that peace too is made in the minds of men, of us all. And I'm very delighted and very happy that we are working towards a pluralistic medical system, and that we've created a very firm, strong base for the Indian traditional sciences, led by almost group of very highly powered, successful members of parliament who are helping us to achieve this drive to bring in bring in legitimization of Indian traditional sciences into the health architecture of our wonderful nation. And I'm continuously requesting and seeking assistance of major stakeholders like Dr. Gupta ji and all of you who are actually on the screen to help us to build this program further, and to help also raise awareness, because we are spending 172 billion pounds, 172 billion pounds. We are contributing that to the National Health Service, and then something has to be thought through. Something is not right somewhere. And we are every day we hear about the NHS. I mean, I've been magnificent. I have been to the hospital myself on 2-3 occasions. It does impeccable work, but there is the issue: how do we save this money, at the end of the day, where it benefits people like you and me. And so we are now looking at the possibility of raising progressing plans to create UK's first Ayurveda Center of Excellence for research, and where further education and research programs can take place. And I hope that our good friends on the screen here will get some information on how they can support this program at the Ayurveda Center of Excellence. So thank you so much, Vidhi ji.
That is fantastic to know, the current project that you're working on, Amarjit ji, and just the amount of seva that's going in to be able to build the Ayurvedic Centre of Excellence. Where can people find out more information?
Good question. I mean, for the time being, we're actually now in the middle of installing a website. So it's ayurvedacenterofexcellence.co.uk, which hopefully will be up very soon.
And is that also on LinkedIn as well, the Ayurveda Centre of Excellence?
Yes, it's also on the LinkedIn, yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Rajuji, what current projects are you working on?
So there are 3 projects. The first one is the awareness campaign, which is like bringing people together, and which is happening more to the medical fraternity and conversion of people who have interest of all health practitioners. So it started with the medical doctors. I ran like yoga session for doctors exclusively before the COVID, and there were like 30-40 doctors coming on every weekend into a community center, and we were teaching yoga. So it's like 2 or 3 hour session, which went very, very well, and people understood. Listening and finding the benefit is different than experiencing benefit. So experiential teaching is what we were doing. So we have converted so many of them already into the camp. So that was the first. And then during this, it all went into line, and we would want really to do more and more of that. We are doing a big conference on chronic pain, because chronic pain is a big problem. Because if you have fibromyalgia or arthritis, you go to a GP, they give you painkillers. If you know that, they give you stronger painkiller, no benefit, even stronger painkillers. And that is not the answer, because then your kidney has side effects, your liver has side effects, and other organs have side effects. So we have designed, like I myself have been involved in some natural products which are produced in UK from the plants. and that change the neurotransmitter, which is the basic problem. And if you rebalance the neurotransmitter, the pain go away over a period of time. So it's not a temporary relief, it's a permanent relief. So that is one, but also other modality like hypnotherapy. Once we have excluded the medical cause for the pain, it's all here in the mind left, because there is false firing of the nervous pathways that is causing pain. So the real cause of pain is gone. Pain is a natural protective mechanism to prevent the organ moving so that it doesn't cause more inflammation. But once that is gone, it's all here. So hypnotherapy can burn the pathway. And we ran a practical session where here on Healing Our Earth, and it was magical that the pain went from like 7, 8 down to 2 or 3. So that's other modality. And same is like regular Tai Chi house, yoga on a regular basis would prevent your arthritis, keep your joints moving, increases your memory power. It will increase your functioning of the lungs, heart, which is basic. You don't need to go to gym. If you do yoga on a regular basis, you will get it. So we are bringing that together. So a chronic pain conference is going to happen on, I think, most likely 17th of March next year, where there'll be big stalwarts of the medical field, but also other fields, as I mentioned about Ayurveda, yoga. Sampodar is involved into it. Many of you know he does a dedication to the field of yoga for many, many years. And also about hypnotherapy and pranic healing, because pain is also a lack of energy. When you replenish the energy, your pain goes away. So all these we are bringing together, which has never happened in medical science before. This is the first time it's going to happen. It has taken a lot of effort, but that's the other one going to happen. And third one is they're going to do now intervention of pranayama, the breathing, in the long COVID. So in long COVID, as you know, lungs fibrosis happen. So just by changing breathing, the Anulom Vilom, Kapalbhati and Bhastrika, change in the airflow, which become linear airflow and expanding lungs, will change the fibrosis back to normal with change in the chemokines and the chemotactic factors, and that is going to happen. So that is other interventional studies we are planning. In fact, I was talking to Neha this morning. So we have prepared the draft, and then it's going to happen. So University of Central Lancashire is going to work with us, and it's just amazing, so that we can produce the effects and the scientific evidence within this country, and that will become more acceptable. So these are 3 big projects in pipeline. You asked me, so all your support will be appreciated. Thank you so much.
Fascinating. Chichi, is there any final words before I let you go?
Yes, thank you. Well, I mean, we need to have a lot more of these meetings. I want to congratulate, I want to thank my very close colleagues who are thinking, in this direction, in integrative medicine, in pluralistic medicine. And I want to thank, if I may, my wonderful, wonderful colleague, Jeannie and Vani Devi is also here with us. She's also thinking very seriously on this, and so is my very highly learned colleague Pauline Muller is here with us, and where are we? Dr. Naveen Gupta ji is here with us. So I'm very grateful that he could find time to be with us and helping us to reach these levels. And I want to thank Surinder and Ravinder Subota, extraordinary team, who are available, who are helping, to put all these programs together. And so, and finally, thank you, Ridhiji, for organizing such an eventful program. I suggest, we keep the pressure, we keep the momentum alive, once every, 6 weeks. And also, I forgot to mention Dr. Srinivasanji, who's also, with us here. He's very, very cooperative. So please, keep this momentum going, and let's build up a public support unit, for this, and make this to a realization with our new Prime Minister, because he probably has a lot more insight into Indian traditional sciences than some of his predecessors. And thank you finally, for your own commitment. And I have been watching and following you, Ridhiji, in this life, I don't know for how many years. So the absolutely amazing work that you do, and I hope that you can carry on doing this. Thank you so much. And finally, please, if anybody wants to contact me, email address is very simple: indiansciences@gmail.com. indiansciences@gmail.com. Thank you.
And thank you, Amajiji, for all of the beautiful work that you're doing in this space with all of your very esteemed colleagues. It's brilliant to actually see some of the work that's happening behind closed doors as well, which I've had a very privileged insight on as well. It's been absolutely fascinating. Thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule to join us on Healing Our Earth today, and we look forward to very many more.
Hari Om Tat Sat.
Hari Om Tat Sat.
Hari Om.
Also on the screen, we've got Pauline and Ravindraji joining us. Did you have questions for us? How did you find the session?
No, it was very productive session. As I always practice yoga every morning, pranayama. I do all those pranayama. I've been practicing since 2004. I learned from Ramdev yoga, Ramdev. When he came to London, at that time I learned. And yes, we want to bring Ayurveda into UK. I'm an advanced level color therapist.
Mm-hmm.
We use, lately we have done some work with the traditional TCM meridians using Ayurvedic concept on colors. And we are getting fantastic results. This is the latest development, I would say, in holistic science. Using colors. Yes. We are working on TCM meridians with the Ayurvedic concept of colors.
Nice.
We've been doing Ayurvedic, meridian in the past.
Yes.
But lately we have started this year, and the results are mind-blowing.
Fascinating. It's
I'm also
how the modalities come together and how so much work is actually happening to bring together and to see how different modalities can work in the healing aspect as well.
I also practice auricular acupuncture. Even in auricular puncture, we mix TCM and Ayurvedic concept, chakras.
Right.
And our results are what you're saying, these pains, anxiety, stress, these things are piece of cake for us to treat.
It's good to hear it. And it's all just working on prana as well, isn't it? With the chakras and being able to increase the prana, being able to increase the flow, and people start to feel better as a result. They start to gain more motivation. They start
the problem in holistic sciences.
Yes.
We don't try to communicate between us, right? If I, for example, know TCM, I don't communicate with Ayurvedic doctor, that's, I don't want to know that. So people will just concentrate in their own field. But what we have started is we started to mix those therapies, mix those sciences, and the results are many times better.
Fantastic. It's great to hear about your great work.
Basically, we need to integrate these holistic therapies to have much better
the work
results.
that Rajiv Ji is doing with us as well. It's fascinating to see all of the different modalities and the polarities behind that coming together as one, and to see the brilliant work that can actually happen. Pauline, did you have any questions for us?
I don't have any questions, but I would like to thank all the contributors for an incredibly interesting talk. And from my own path of adrenal fatigue and something very close to fibromyalgia, I feel it when Dr. Gupta speaks of pain and lack of energy, pain being a sign of lack of energy. It's a big light bulb for me. So yeah, it's a privilege and thank you. It's a pleasure to be part of such an incredible group of people. So thank you.
And thank you for sharing that as well. And it's just fascinating to know that you're getting the results in your own life, and you are very much a testament to it as well. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you.
Abhijit, namaste. How are you?
Namaste, Riddhi. Hello. Wonderful talk. Such a learned panel. So much to learn. I'm just delighted to be, able to join here, and I'm doing good. Thank you so much. I want to just share my journey that I used to have diabetes, and my HB1AC used to be somewhere around 68 and 69. And I started doing Kundalini yoga and became a practitioner then a teacher myself. I've been teaching it for now 8 years. And I was able to reduce my HB1AC just by focusing on, the clearing of the nadis, the channels, left Ida, Pingla, and Shushumna, and the chakras. And I was listening to Dr. Gupta and how he was relating to the Brahmari Pranayam and the Bhastrika Pranayam. I do that every day. And I can tell you, I'm not only out of diabetes, but my HB1AC is now close to 35, which is quite good. So I've been a person who's gone through that journey of how these sciences are so evolved and so much more than, in terms of holistic well-being. And that's why I took it to myself and started teaching for free of cost. So I do Kundalini yoga sessions for free of cost for anybody who is interested. And I try to talk about the spiritual journey I have had on my own, and try to pass on this knowledge with the experts. The way Dr. Amarjit was telling how he has related Ayurveda to the modern sciences and is trying to bridge the gaps and the integration. That is wonderful. I mean, these sciences are so much more, and they give us a holistic well-being procedure, and I think they are a manual of how to live life, just by saying some Sanskrit mantras and starting your day, or a Surya Namaskar is so much vital to reducing so much of illnesses which we can accumulate. And obviously stress or any of those things don't build up if you're following any of these paths. So that's my small contribution to your wonderful program, Riddhi, and I'm delighted to be part of this. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. And it's even more fantastic to see the work that you're actually doing in Sanatan Sanstha and the organization, the way that it's actually helping to promote Dharma and looking at those very subtle aspects of Dharma. And could you give us a little bit more information?
So yes, we created the Sanatan Sanstha of UK, and it's about bringing the Sanatan education in a big way to our children, trying to get them understand that Bhagavad Gita and Ramayana are not just sacred texts, they are management manuals. I mean, you can learn so much more just by reading few verses and understanding how to apply it in your life, how Sri Krishna dealt with the situation, how Sri Rama dealt with the situation. That's crisis management. That's, all the kind of different techniques we like to learn in a management course are present in the Bhagavad Gita or the Ramayana. And the idea is to promote these to our children, bring them to the councils, and make sure that some of these can be included in our curriculum, because the philosophy of yoga and Ayurveda and these sacred texts, if they can be brought into some small proportions into the children's syllabus, then we are making a big impact in creating the next versions of the society, which would be, much more stress-free, much more relaxed, and spiritually connected as well. Spirituality is nothing else but your connection to the divine source, and how you feel about it and how you get the energy from it is your own journey. But we are here to try to help remove the obstacles that have been present, which are around so many texts being having contradictory information, or so much simplification is also needed at one point of time, I feel, because there's wealth and plethora of information which is there. So how do you go about it? How do you start your journey is something Sanatan Sanstha is trying to work on. And hence we are doing a big event in the Parliament on the 1st of December. I would request any of you, please, if you have the time, take my contact from Riddhi ji, drop me a note, and we will love to have you there as well. We're trying to promote the Gita Jayanti, the day when Sri Krishna gave the message in Kurukshetra. So the idea is to talk about how Sri Krishna chose the battlefield to come up with such an important lesson of life in that place, and also bring our children into this and make them understand what it is all about. It's not religion, it's not dharma, it's just much more than that. It is the full well-being of the society and the full well-being of your own mind, which you get when you get involved in these things, basically. So Sanatan Sanstha of UK is working on those things. At the same time, we're creating digital content to simplify the sacred texts and the information which is present. And we would be doing multiple events in the future as well to do things. We're planning to do a huge Ram Leela next year in London on the scale of like the biggest Ram Leela, if we possible, and involve the message of Sri Rama and everything in a way that the society can actually understand what the Ramayana is, how he has explained that you have to, give so much regards to your father, and how he maintained his relationship to his brothers. These are ideal examples. If we start following some of that and bring these values in our children, then we are making a huge difference to the society. The Sanatan Sanstha of UK has been established for that. Thank you so much, Vidiji.
Absolutely. And children are the future, isn't it? How privileged would we all be if we could actually have yoga and Ayurveda brought to us when we're actually children, and to be able to grow up with those sciences. And also the Bhagavad Gita being a book, being a bhakti devotional text, to enable us to really go deeper, to enable us to really go further, and to actually bring those values to our children at a very young age, bringing together the paths of Gnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, Raja Yoga, and it's just absolutely fascinating to see. So thank you so much, Abhijit, for your wonderful, wonderful commentary there. And we've also got Professor Srinivasan with us as well. Namaste. How are you, Ji?
Fine, Ji. Fine. Hari Om. His Excellency Amarjit Ji, my salutations to you, Ridhiji. So thanks that you have connected me in this. And Gupta Ji, I'm very much happy to hear about all your projects. And today, let me introduce myself because I'm attending the second time this meeting. I was first in the meeting with APPG in the Ayurveda Summit. So it was a wonderful experience for me where Ravi Shankar Polishetty, who is my disciple, who also joined in that meeting. Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty. Now, let me introduce myself. We are running a charitable trust called Sri Paripurna Sanatana Charitable Trust. Under its aegis, Sri Paripurna Sanatana Ayurveda Medical College, Hospital and Research Center, which is going on for the past 7 years. So in this hospital, we have treated all the renal cases, cardiovascular disease. All are successful with Ayurveda medicines as well as through vermology. I'm exponent in vermology. I done my doctorate in vermology, which is Marma Chikitsa, what we call. It is a stimulation and manipulation techniques. And this concept has been taken by the Chinese as acupressure and acupuncture. So through this system, it is a non-invasive system. In this system, we are introducing to many of the patients where we are curing within 5 to 10 days, whether it is a hypotension cases, hyperthyroidism, or the high cholesterols, or otherwise musculoskeletal disorders, whatever may be the cases, we do it within 5 to 10 days. So recently, we had a successful story of many renal cases where the patients were suffering with high level of creatinine or phosphorus or blood urea nitrogen. All these cases we have made it successful, and now it is a reversal of renal cases. So not only that, for the cardiac cases also where arteries and ventricles are being clogged, that also we have cured for many patients within 5 days. So now they are doing well, and we want to introduce this concept in the entire globe, for which we have introduced a system called Integrated System of Medicine, which I have discussed at Birmingham in July with the Chancellor of Birmingham University. So this concept, when I come to know through Rishi Shanak ji also, and now I could see our Amarjit Singh ji, who has done a lot of efforts to bring the system of Ayurveda at UK. So for this, we are there, always we will support. And all my articles and my books I will share with all of you. Not only in Ayurveda I'm working on, but also on philosophy, as well as the Kundalini Yoga and other aspects of spirituality I keep propounding to everyone.
Yes, much beautiful work going on there. And it's just fantastic to see the way that you're managing to link all of these different Ayurvedic sciences together to create such a wonderful effect overall. So thank you so much for sharing that. I'm sure our listeners have been very intrigued by what it is that you've had to share with us as well. So fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ritiji.
And Rajuji, any final words?
I think it has been an amazing day. And what I have heard from all Dr. Srinavan, Amarjit ji, and from Ravindra ji, and all people, that there is a need for integrating the healthcare sciences together, and not only just the system, but also the underlying pillars, because underlying pillars make the difference. And if we are putting our forces together, I'll be delighted to connect to Dr. Srinivas, and we have connected to Majidji already, but anybody else who would like, let's try and put our all forces together to make it happen. I can assure that from medical point of view, being working in the NHS and having studied Western medicine for more than 35 years now, I have got the deepest knowledge, and we can put all that knowledge and the other health sciences knowledge together in a system so that we can provide the best quality of care to our end user or client or customer, which is the patient. So I think we are all together on this journey. Fantastic session. Thank you very much for pulling it together as a host, Vidiji.
Thank you so much, Rajiv ji. Do stick around. It will be fantastic to have you with us again as well. But just having your insights there on different things and being able to bring everything together, it's absolutely fascinating work. We can already see it coming together very well under the health and wellness umbrella as well. So do keep up the fascinating work, and it will be fascinating to hear more about your journey as you go on too. Thank you. Namaste. And yes, our mission statement at Healing Our Earth is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online entertainment. And I believe that is something that we have been working very closely on over time as well. And to just see the way that the Healing Our Earth program has been able to heal so many different modalities. And something that me and Neopai often joke about as well is that we can literally live without food and water for a short period of time, but we can't live without oxygen. And so having that oxygen, having that prana, being able to increase the energy is something that all of these different modalities manage to do so well overall. And it's absolutely fascinating to hear some of the testaments and to hear some of the ways forward and the different efforts people are making in this field. So thank you to everyone that's actually contributed, that's been a part of that program. It's been absolutely fascinating to hear your insights too. Moving on now, we've got the wonderful Nabanita Das with us. Global Namaste to you. Nabanita,
Global Namaste to you, Ridhiji.
How are you, Ji?
Yes, I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. Global Namaste to all our global audiences and to all of our team in Healing Our Earth. Thank you very much for inviting me today.
For those of you that don't know, Nabanita Das has been with us for since start, I would say, of Healing Our Earth. She's a yoga teacher by profession. She has many courses that she's put together in yoga to bring together all different types of yoga to see the benefits. And she's been able to guide a number of her students through this particular science in a way that's been able to benefit not only her in her own life, but people overall, coming together as one. Something that I would always say, to be able to use these sciences in a healing modality. And that is something that you portray so well, Nabanita Das.
Thank you so much. Yes, I mean, yoga had become my passion I mean, I was a practitioner myself, but I've started offering my service to community through yoga when COVID started. That is when something, just maybe it was the guidance from Paramatma. He was watching and he thought he needs someone to, carry forward what he really wants us to do. So he chose me. I'm very glad that he chose me as one of his representatives to give this service to our society and community.
Thank you. It sounds beautiful, and I can't wait to hear what it is that you have to share with us today.
I've decided to share 5 different mudras to help relieve anxiety and to maintain mental health, which is kind of becoming a buzzword.
Yes.
And people are starting to, and people have realized already since the time COVID had started, because that is the time people could sit back at home without rushing for things and, not thinking, oh, I don't have time for anything. That is the time we all sat back and we started reflecting on things, how much time we need for ourselves, our own mental well-being. And when we look after ourselves, our divine self, our own soul, how that looking after that 1 hour or half an hour, how much ever you can spend, how that gets multiplied when it comes to giving back to your own family, your community, and the wider community. So
Absolutely.
it is.
And isn't it just brilliant to actually see how we can go from, I actually call it eating with our eyes. As entrepreneurs, we tend to be eating with our eyes in terms of going to the fridge and just picking things out at random. But the very essence of yoga is to be able to withdraw from the senses, to withdraw from the mind, and start to create that happiness from within.
Yes, absolutely. That's paramount. And yoga, I'm very proud to say, not flaunting, it is truth, and it is backed by science as well, that there's no other therapy in this whole wide world other than yoga, and of course spirituality and the meditation, which can address any problem, literally any problem inside out. So yeah, I'm a great advocate for it, and I practice it, I promote it. So what else I can say?
And it's brilliant, as you can actually then use those mudras once you know the science behind it, once you know how they work. Whilst you're actually in meditation, you can sit with those mudras and you can meditate on that. And that's a beautiful science in itself. So what's the first mudra that you have to share with us today?
I will be starting to share a few mudras, but before that, I also bring in one more fact, that I'm a very avid follower of Brahma Kumaris, and especially Brahma Kumari Shivani ji.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Shivani ji is one of my inspiration, and I keep listening to her, inspirational talks very often. And just yesterday, such a coincidence, I was like listening to one of the her inspirational talks, and she was saying, if you invest at least half an hour, minimum half an hour or 1 hour first thing in the morning, if that is not possible, then before you go to bed, spend some time doing meditation, and that's the mental workout time. Once you have done that workout on a regular basis, then no one can shake you, nothing can shake you in this whole wide world, because your mental stamina is at the top.
And
no one can really shake
to
you off.
actually have that as a sadhana as well. The first thing when you wake up, when people may well be in a bit of a summer state, they may well be a little bit lethargic, but to actually just sit down in meditation, because we can do so much for our body, but what are we actually doing to work out the mind? And meditation is just one of these beautiful things that we can do in any time, in any place. And when we can actually then carry forward those effects of meditation into our day-to-day lives and begin to be meditative with our daily actions, that's really where the magic is.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do, and quite a lot of times people, and maybe I have said that in the past, I won't deny, before I got into the practice, I don't have time for it.
Right.
But you know what, when you take out this 1 hour or at least half an hour for your mental workout first thing in the morning or before going to bed, if not morning, which is the best time though, you will feel that you have more time because you are so strong mentally, your stamina is at the highest ability, you know how to manage your things much better, so you will have time for yourself. It's the mental instability that makes you think you don't have time for anything. Okay,
And it's
so
really
that was, yeah,
of like gratitude in the evening and then reflection as well, and being able to set up your day in a way, because have you ever come across that saying where people, when something goes wrong in the morning, they feel like the whole day is just going off the spirals, whereas if they just give themselves a little time in the morning, maybe something as simple as half an hour or maybe even 10 minutes, how many 10 minutes have we actually wasted in our lives?
oh yes,
seriously?
absolutely.
And just
Because
to
when you are not organized enough, you just hover everywhere, you are all over the places, and your time is wasted because you don't do anything productively.
Yes, absolutely brilliant. So please go ahead, share with us the mudras.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is my favorite meditation pose, which is called lotus pose, which is known as Padmasana in yogic language. And the very first mudra actually we teach before we start any yogic practice is called Gyan Mudra. Okay, so which is a type of hand gesture. It is held by pressing the tip of the index finger against the tip of the thumb, or you can say pad of the index finger pressing against the thumb. And the recommendation is leave them any sitting pose. It's not necessary if you are unable to sit on the floor. It can be anywhere, wherever you are comfortable to sit. But Maharishi Patanjali says Sthira Sukham Asanam. So any place where you will be able to sit comfortably, okay, at least for more than 5 minutes. That means that's the best pose, okay, for you to sit down and concentrate. And Gyan Mudra is known to connect with the universal life force energy. It brings mental alertness. And when you hold this mudra, it's like you are immediately attracting energy and channeling back to your body. And that circulates all around your body. And Gyan Mudra is known for its concentration. We even recommend children, if they can hold this mudra and sit in a steady position at least for 5 to 10 minutes, it is bound to bring a lot of concentration power, no matter who does it, children, adult, anybody. And it is one of the basic initial mudras that we recommend when anybody is starting to do meditation practice. Okay, a lot of people say that, oh, I can't do meditation. Meditation is something that is not a rocket science, but at the same time, if you can make up your mind, am I not going to sit for 5 minutes? And then maybe when you are into it, you are going to increase it to 10 minutes. And trust me, you will fall for it. It's such a good practice because it slows down your breath. It slows down your racing mind, which is all over the places. And your brain starts, nowadays, the scientists are also backing the same idea, like do not let your brain multitask. So this is meditation. When you do it with Gyan Mudra, you are literally training your system, your brain, to focus on one thing at a time. And when I'm holding Gyan Mudra, I'm actually focusing on the divine power, Paramatma, our own divine soul, and bringing that universal life force energy into our body. So together, let's sit in Gyan Mudra for a couple of seconds, because I know we are short of time and we need to practice few more, because I've got few more to give out today. And relax, open your eyes. And we always recommend anybody who's planning to do meditation, closing eyes and sitting in a comfortable position is the first thing they should do, because closing eyes immediately kind of avoids any distractions around yourself. So it's a very good idea to keep your eyes closed. And we also sometimes recommend starting with a chanting of the 3 universal sounds. Bear in mind, it's not religious. It is a universal sound which kind of awakens your whole system. And as we all know, and if you're new to yogic concepts or chakras, you may not, then just a basic idea that along the line of spine, according to yoga and Ayurveda, we have got 7 chakras. Some people believe 8 chakras, but basically most of us believe in 7 chakras, which are basically the energy centers spinning continuously to supply us with different types of energy that we need, and they are of different colors. And I heard Dr. Majidji and some of us have been talking about the color therapy, of healing. So these chakras are of different colors, and different colors reflect different types of, vibrational energy. So when you are sitting tall and you are actually meditating and you are making these 3 sounds together, it's starting from your solar plexus and it's traveling up, and when it reaches your heart chakra, kind of, you change the sound to and when the sound kind of travels to your crown region, your crown chakra, you close your mouth and you hum for a few seconds. Okay. But finally, when we actually do it as a practice, we combine it together. This was just a breakdown. And when this sound travels up, it on its way kind of starts to awaken all the chakras, and final realization happens in crown chakra, as we all know. And so that was about Gyan chakra. In all my sessions, when I do practice, we always start with meditation for at least few minutes with Gyan chakra and with the Om chanting sound, and then the mind settles and you are kind of into your sitting position. You have surrendered yourself to the mat. Okay, and then we start different other practices. But because we are not focusing on something else today, only the mudra, so I'll move on to our next mudra. The next mudra, which is because I'm addressing mental health today, we recommend is Apana Vayu Mudra. Okay, so first what we do to hold that mudra, and it is an amazing mudra. You can hold this mudra while you sleep, even to get good sleep. And people who tend to get a lot of palpitations, anxiety, even during sleep, or some kind of, some thoughts keep coming and then keeps waking you up. This is something that can help you to keep calm. And of course, it has been, there are many evidences where people have realized that when you keep holding this mudra even throughout the day, no harm, even if you keep hold of this mudra throughout the day, it clears the blockages in your arteries. It is that powerful. So let me show you how to hold this. So bring your index at the base of the thumb, kind of your pad of your index is kind of at the base of the thumb, and then the pad of the thumb is going to touch the middle finger and the ring finger, and the pinky finger kind of sticks out like that. Okay, so that is called Apana Vayu Mudra. Extremely good for people who are on high BP related, medication. When with continuous dedicated practice, this has helped. Proof has been there everywhere, and a lot of people have realized the benefit of this mudra. And even people who tend to get a lot of palpitation when they go up and down on the stairs, they can hold this mudra even when they go up and down on the stairs. Okay, so in any case, it is an amazing mudra to relieve anxiety, mental stress, and whatnot, headache, everything. Okay, so this is called Apana Vayu Mudra. Nothing can stop you to do Om chanting in any mudra, or you want to just keep quiet and silent meditation, focusing in any chakra. That this basically addresses all chakras, keeps your whole mental nervous system calm and cool. As we know, we have got 2 types of nervous system. Yeah, sympathetic, parasympathetic. This is the one which amazingly helps to activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which takes our body to the relaxing mode, not the flight mode, rest and digest mode. Okay, and if you can hold this, especially before sleep, or even in your sleep, even if it gets undone, you'll see the difference it makes, especially if you are on any medication for heart related issues or any, BP related issues. Okay. So this is one that was one of my top, mudras. Then I'm coming to Pran Mudra. This is something we never skip. In our sessions, we always hold Gyan Mudra, Apanavaya Mudra, and Pran Mudra, because Pran Mudra is well known to bring more pranic energy into our body. Also, it is well known for increasing immunity, increasing eye health, but because it brings more pranic energy into our body, it helps to balance just the hormonal balance and mental well-being. When hormones go out of balance, that is when you kind of start to behave crazily, isn't it? Your children, your family members can tell that you are kind of quite stressed because the hormones are playing up inside you. So all these mudras, one or the other way, they also maintain the hormonal balance, and which in turn also helps to address that anxiety, the craziness that we sometimes display without our knowledge. What has thrown you up really that day? Nothing would have gone wrong, but you don't know why you are behaving like that. Okay, so these are the Pran Mudra. You can hold like this, the ring finger and the pinky finger, again hand of those coming and touching against the thumb, and we normally leave them on our knees. You can always do Om chanting if you prefer to, or just keep your eyes closed. I would recommend, if you don't mind, just joining me for a few seconds of meditation with Pran Mudra. And relax. When you hold any mudra, if you are focusing, if you are thinking about your own body, the whole nervous system, nothing else at the moment, and your own divine soul, you will start to feel lots of energy being flowing and being, kind of transferred into your whole body. And it's kind of with your closed eyes. And that's why your Agna chakra, your third eye chakra, is going to help you to even look inside your own body, how the energy is flowing all around your body. And the pranic energy enters, it goes through all the channels beautifully, making you feel connected. And yoga is all about union of body and mind. And when that union happens, your soul is also getting connected with that. Okay, so it's a union of mind, body, and soul. Okay, so that's prana. I can keep going about this, but I know there's a restriction of time. And then the mudra. Although all of us do it, we all Indians do it, and whoever follows Indian philosophy of mudras and yoga, they also do it. So I really appreciate whoever follows this mudra. This is called Anjali Mudra, or some people call it Namaskar Mudra. That is also something that we all use. Now, we kind of bring it close to Anahata Chakra. The reason we bring it close to, so it's all about joining the two palms and bringing it close to Anahata Chakra. You can even actually touch middle of your chest. The moment you join the palms and bring it close to your Anahata Chakra, heart chakra, you are making immediate connection, positive connection with somebody who is in front of you, and also sending positive vibration. And when positive vibrations are getting generated in your body, your mind gets rid of all the negativity, all the anxiety, everything that might hold you back from doing really making good decisions or staying stable, staying grounded in our life. So this is another mudra that if you keep practicing, and we do practice as Indians a lot, be it going to a temple, be it greeting someone into our house, or be it calling someone for any kind of, if you are offering any food or anything, this is something that we always hold. But also practicing this in a regular basis, because you are immediately connecting to your heart chakra. When your heart pumps happy blood, the moment you connect with your Anahata chakra, heart chakra, your heart is actually going to pump happy blood, which means oxygenated blood. And when heart pumps happily, you know how it can impact your mental well-being. Your mental well-being is sorted when your heart is happy. Happy heart, happy smile. And then one last mudra, which I have also learned recently, and I thought it's amazing, which is called Kaleshwara mudra, which is first, the way I do is first I fold my fingers and kind of touch my knuckles like this and the pad of the thumb. And then I'm going to stick just the two middle fingers up and touching the pad of those two. It kind of makes a heart. I don't know if you can see it properly. I'm wearing a dark shirt, but I hope you can see it kind of makes a shape of a heart. Again, I would like to keep it near my Anahata chakra, heart chakra, and close my eyes. With my third eye chakra, Ragna chakra, I would only think about my heart region, my Anahata chakra, and meditate quietly. And if you can join me for a few seconds, please. Experience the mudra. And relax. And every time we come up in mudra, we always give ourselves a bit more time again in Jnana mudra. And we always finish this Anjali mudra is regular part of our session because we always join our palms and send, although I do quite a lot of online sessions, even through online, when you're joining the palms, people who are around you, people who are on screen. And today, this Anjali mudra, the Namaste mudra, is for everybody who is watching us today in our Healing Our Earth program, all the global audiences. So my Anjali, my divine offering to all of you. And I want to finish my session by praying for everybody's well-being. May all be happy, may all be healthy, may all enjoy prosperity, may none suffer. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhavet. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om. Over to you, Ridhiji. Thank you very much.
Beautiful, Ji. And it's been absolutely fascinating to see how the different mantras and the different mudras can come together to cultivate a sense of awareness, to cultivate a sense of the heart chakra opening, and for us all to be brought into a place of love and compassion. We've still got another half hour, so we have got time. If anybody that's watching this on Zoom at the moment has any questions, feel free to type them into the chat below, or raise your hands and you can come on and ask Navneeta Ji a question. She's done such a beautiful job of actually sharing some mudras with us that we can use in meditation. And Navneeta Ji, I had a question for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Since you've started applying these mudras during your meditation, have you felt any different?
Yeah, and many of my members have expressed that they feel much more calmer. They are able to deal with situations much better, whereas previously, especially some of our colleagues have expressed that, previously they would have thought, why am I only the person who has to do everything? And they are able to think much better and able to deal with situations, handle the colleagues much better. And I have experienced myself as well. I mean, I've been able to, very proudly, I'm able to say I've been able to turn around some of the colleagues who had been quite not so good with me before. And with the regular practice of meditation, it has done amazing job. I don't know how I did it, but then every day on a day-to-day basis, I only looked at them with my healing energy that I got from meditation. So I could send some vibrations to them, even when a lot of negative vibrations were around me.
And isn't that just beautiful to actually see the relationship management behind it as well? Because when we meditate, our minds start to clear, the types of thoughts that we're getting start to become a lot more purer, they start to become a lot more clearer, and we start to think outside of the box. We start to think about how we can begin to solve problems with the additional awareness. It gives us that clarity, it gives us that concentration, it gives us that focus to really be able to go deeper and to really be able to solve problems. So
Definitely.
problem solving is one of those really key skills that all of us could really benefit from, and it is one of the main benefits of actually having a regular meditation practice.
It also helps to heal relationships even within the family, because when you are in a family, you kind of start to take a lot of things for granted and expectation grows very high, and that's the root cause of many relations getting, spoiled, and they are kind of not getting mended. So by regular practicing of meditation, I don't know what happened, I'm saying medication quite a lot. Meditation, meditation can do wonders to your mental well-being. So you start to see everything from a better angle than just focusing or stagnating at, it's a mental block. It clears that blockages, and then you get to see much better things around people who are not being so nice. Even it could be your own child, your husband, but then you need to find out the side, the brighter side, which can actually be used as the positive vibration to send that vibration to the person. The person who is actually currently sending negative vibration is actually, that's the person who is needing more help than you. So that help can come from you because you are practicing meditation, you're doing your mental workout every single day. And that mental workout is making you so strong, your emotional stamina is so high that you can actually negate any negative vibration and actually take over. And
absolutely. So it's like our perception creates our reality. The thing that we focus on, the very thing that we're actually paying attention to and being aware of, can actually work for us or it can work against us. So it can either be something that helps to propel us forward in life, or it can be something that holds us back and isn't so great, it isn't helpful for the direction that we want to move in. So by actually cultivating this practice of meditation, we're actually able to open up our perspective more. And when we open up our perspective, we can start to see things from different angles. So for example, this colleague that was being very difficult, we can then start to empathize and see where that person is coming from, and how is it that we can actually take something from our toolkit and give it to them as a gift to enable them to move forward in their life.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And so part of this is practically just being more self-aware, it's being more open, it's being able to empathize with somebody, being able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, but also knowing when to draw back, also knowing when that communication that you are putting out there isn't quite being matched. The energies are maybe slightly different, and therefore maybe you want to retreat before you try and communicate it again. So it becomes a two-way stream. It's you giving, but it's also you receiving. So by opening up your heart chakra, you're enabling yourself to be able to receive that love too. I know I'm certainly guilty of it myself. A lot of the times I'll be one to actually put out a lot of energy, to put out a lot of work, but I am crap at receiving it back to myself. So it's just one of those things to start to become more aware of. By actually doing the meditations, we can start to see where those blocks are. We can start to see where those black holes are, to be able to fill them in a way that enables us to move forward with our life.
Absolutely. And meditation also increases the lifespan, because you know why we are different from animals? Because animals breathe much faster than us. And when we do meditation, we actually slow down our breath, slow down our thinking, and really our brain gets that, time to reflect on what is that we need to do better next time. And also it gives you time to empathize. You won't be able to empathize if you're running all the time, because you do not have time to sit back and really put yourself into the shoe of other person, what that person would have gone through before they have actually acted like that in front of you. And it could be the sanskar that they have brought in from their previous birth. And I absolutely believe in that sanskar, because the sanskar that we bring in is what making, even it could be my own son, my husband, because even if we are united now through a relationship, it's the different sanskars which they have brought in. How can they suddenly get rid of their sanskar? So we have to first accept them, and that sense of acceptance, even though it sounds very easy, it's very hard job to accept people the way they are. And before you start healing someone, I'm sure all the doctors would agree, they would have to accept the patients as they came in for the treatment for the first time. You accept them, this is how they are. And then you analyze, then you see what healing strategies can be used. And it's the same for us. But until unless we accept the people as they are at the moment, if we can just start defending it immediately, or put them a tag on them, they're annoying, they're irritating, then you can't heal them. So yeah, two people are not getting along, then it's one of us who have to accept the other person.
There's a sense of forgiveness and love that goes with that. There's a sense of empathy and compassion that goes with that. So yes, being able to see the other person's perspective, but also to be able to give ourselves a little bit more space to be able to create and open up to being able to accept where it is that we are, because we can only need somebody else as far as we're willing to go ourselves. So by actually stepping back and giving ourselves that space, not only is it actually benefiting us, but it's also benefiting those around us.
Absolutely.
So that's one of the reasons why we do actually need to cultivate a little bit of time into our sadhanas to be able to do something that not only benefits us, the individual, but also benefits the wider community. It also benefits the wider world. It also helps to heal the planet and the animals.
Yes, we are so much in line with the tagline of Healing Our Earth. That's why I love Healing Our Earth so much. I was unable to come online for quite a few sessions. I couldn't manage to come, but I'm glad that you made me come, and I'm happy to come today.
Well, you're here with us now, and that's what matters. Rajiv ji, I see a hand raised. Did you have a question for the lovely Navanita ji?
Yeah, it's a question comment, really, that mudra make yoga more powerful. That's what I have learned over a period of time, and there are so many of these which are extremely useful, and some of you demonstrate very, very well. And the Anjali Mudra, which is not so well known, is really very powerful because that's our traditional and culture. And connecting to Anahata Chakra actually helps a lot, because peace comes from inside, and if that peace is circulated and pumped into the body all the time, that helps in healing, irrespective of what disease is there. And there is, although not a huge scientific proof for it, but practically on anecdotal basis, it does work. So I think that's very powerful. The question I have is that I do a lot of yoga, and as you know, I'm connected to Patanjali Yoga Peeth, and I'm a yoga teacher myself, and have taught mudras and asanas and pranayama all. The thing I wanted to ask, where I had some struggle, was people connect these mudras to Hindu religion. So in your practice, did you find that there are non-Hindu people who connected to it? And if it was not, how did you tackle it? Because in traditional way, if you look into literature, Hinduism and Buddhism is what is connected to these mudras, particularly if you are talking about Dhyana Mudra or Varna Mudra or Vajra Mudra, all these are actually typical of that. If you think of that, in my view, it doesn't really matter because this is a physical posture that's going to help you connect into the body and to the universe. But people don't tend to believe it. And do you have any wisdom, or did you find a way around it? So that's a
I mean,
question.
so far I haven't come across who has said that we don't want to hold these mudras because they are close to Hindu religion. Because yeah, I've always introduced it like it's the way of channeling the universal energy back to our body, and also explaining the benefits when it comes to physical, a tangential health benefit. So most people tend to kind of believe in it, and also I combine the pranayam. Today I haven't done the pranayam along with the mudra because that's something out of today's topic. So when they do pranayam, and they kind of tend to believe in pranayam, and holding mudra is actually enhancing the benefit of pranayam. I don't know if I've answered your question properly, but that's how. I haven't come across any resistance from any community so far. I have got most of the Indian people, but I do have very few though. Local people who I have introduced the mudras, and I said these mudras are going to bring in amazing amount of health benefits, and that's how they kind of believed in it.
Vidiji, can I say a couple of things if you don't mind?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. Nice to go through your demonstration techniques this afternoon. Nabintaji, thank you. Lovely to see you on the screen. Okay, so on the mudras, the question is that, this is all part of Indian traditional sciences, whether we practice them in Ayurveda or yoga. And as Rajivji said, there's a lot more alignment, to the mudra technology, in our system, in our Sanatan way of thinking, which is obviously also Buddhism, which is also Jainism, which is also Sikhism. So the question is really, I mean, and this format of our belief system only sort of goes back to the start of the age of Kali Yuga. But there were all these healing traditions in Dwapar. There were all these healing traditions in Treta. And there were all these healing traditions in Satyug. So I mean, it's mind-boggling. I mean, just to really, I mean, there's so much different concepts. People say, Ayurveda, for example, is 2,000-year-old. Some people say 3,000-year-old. Some people say 5,000-year-old. But I would say it's timeless. It was there from source, from the very beginning. And so all these programs have been there for centuries and centuries, and since even when the time became, before Kal started its age. Kal is the age is the time of time. And so when you look at all these facets, and I've had the privilege of sharing mudra technology with some of my students in Turkey and Cyprus and various different places, and I think there is really nobody who sort of has got in the way, because they understand that this technology is timeless and it doesn't belong to any religious authority. And that's how we have to keep ourselves away from religious connotations, because we'll get sucked into this, and that's it, boom, as they say, it then comes to an end. So we have to, it's the premise, for example, when we go into any temple, whether this is a Sikh temple or a Hindu temple or Jain temple or even a church, yeah, and you will always see at the altar there is always a diva or a candle. So if you ask any Gyaniji or if you ask any Panditji, why is this light here? Why are you lighting this diva here? What is the diva lit for? What is the candle doing here? They probably will not be able to give you a sort of a satisfactory answer. No? So I mean, all these things, have actually been taken, over the years, from the most ancient science of prana. Yeah, and so all these things and mudras and all the sciences, all the wisdom actually, that we speak about. Vedas is wisdom, the oldest, most ancient books of wisdom. And so, Rajivji, it's quite a nice journey, because when you come in from a pranic theory, and essentially, in our culture, we speak about, for example, when somebody goes into transition, we are the only culture in the world, I think, where we can say, how did iski atma kaise chhad gayi isko? How did the atma leave this person? Or we also say, how did the prana leave this person? So there is this is, at the end of the day, what we are essentially all working with, prana. And the idea behind all Indian traditional sciences, whether it's yoga or Ayurveda or Jyotish or Vastu, is to understand the secret science of prana. This is where the buck stops. This is how, through Kundalini, our journey starts. And this is how, as you know, at the time of saying goodbye to this body, how one prana leaves, the second prana is waiting in a queue, and all these pranas are waiting in the queue to leave, because this is, how the journey starts, and this is how the journey ends. And it is that prana, it is that, which we, goes and keeps on recycling into each lifetime. And so, amazing work, Nabita ji, you're doing very good, wonderful work. Keep it up. Read a little bit more about prana.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it's fascinating, because one of the things that I've actually seen with my students is when they're actually coming from a lower state of energy, there is no such thing as negative emotions, but a state of stress, a state of fear, a state of anger, a state of lust. They tend to be vibrating at a lower frequency. And this is basically where the diseases begin to start. So by doing things like mantras and meditations and mudras, we start to lift that prana. We start to increase the energy behind it, because one of the beautiful things that we actually learn from a very young age is that we are divine beings. We are a spark of that divinity. We come from the land of Brahman, and we are here as Brahmas. And it's beautiful then to start to put together the literature that we have on these vast subjects with a bit of spirituality, to be able to see things not just from a transient level, but also a very much a deeper dive into these topics, and to start to see and start to recognize ourselves for who we truly are, which enables us then to just be present. When we're doing things like mudras and meditations, we're connecting back with that divine source. We are connecting back with that energy, with that prana, as people have rightly mentioned out in this program. So it's just fascinating to see the different ways that these modalities all help to increase the prana. And Ravinderji, did you have a question that you wanted to share with us?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to mudra therapy, because I have learned as well. We talked about Namaskar mudra.
Yeah.
Our body is made of 5 elements, which is Akash, wind, fire, water, and earth. And each finger represents each element. When we join the hands like this in Namaskar mudra, we are balancing our all 5 elements at the same time.
Absolutely.
So when we balance, our body is balanced. That's why our ancestors always did like this. When they meet anybody, or go to Gurdwara or Mandir, we do like this. So it's all scientific. Our all customs in India, from birth to death, were all based on Ayurveda. All scientific, to have good health, physical.
Yeah, we are balancing Panchamahabhuta,
which we have forgotten almost, these days. So it was all scientific, but it was connected to either our custom or religion, instead of health. Because because our ancestors, they were very wise, extremely wise. They knew that if they say, oh, do you have to do this, Namaskar Mudra, it's good for health. They didn't say that. They said,
No.
oh, if you meet anybody, do like this. If you go to temple or Gurdwara, do like this. They just did it in a different way so that we do it. So
but for this generation, we need to explain. I think that's very much required.
Yes, because they don't believe, most of the people are atheists these days. They say, what is custom? That's old fashion. We are new generation. So we have to explain them the meaning of this now. You know?
So it's beautiful to see the way that a lot of these modalities do actually have a very deeper science behind them. Everything that has come through since the time of the Vedas, since the time of the Shastras, and has actually developed and been brought into the modern age now. We can see the way that all of these sciences are coming together to form one, and all of these different modalities that we have in Indian traditional sciences have a particular science behind them. So it's practically about how can we then take the science that we already know is there to break it down into bite-sized chunks, to then give it to people in a way that they understand, in a way that they want more, in a way that they want to learn more about it. And that is really our role. That is really our swadharma, is to be able to bring that to the forefront. So then the question becomes, how?
I mean, we have to bring it down to a level where it is more tangential, which is more scientifically backed. Of course, everything is scientifically backed, but if you just say that you sit in meditation, you get the benefit, they don't understand. So basically break it into chunks, as you said. Introduce some breathing exercises. And then when you ask them to be quiet after some exercise, they do appreciate sitting quietly because they would have done some exercise. Yeah. So it's all about cleverly, just making it part of their exercise routine. If you suddenly tell them, stop your gym workout and you do only meditation, that won't work probably. Right. But you have done your workout. You need to cool down now, and cool down by holding this mudra. I mean, I'm a school teacher as well. So that's how I would introduce it to the children. And they would probably buy into it more easily than you asking them to sit and meditate. They probably don't know. That doesn't make sense because they need to be moving at this age. But they do need to calm down. But once they have done some kind of workout, they have done a lot of moving, then they also are looking for cooling down. Yeah, so that's the cooling down.
And before I move on to the next speaker, I do see a hand raised from Dr. Kapoor. Is there something you would like to add?
Namaste, Dr. Kapoor.
We can't hear you. I think you might be on mute.
You're doing very well, Nabrita.
Thank you.
Now, I'm just going to add, she's done so well, 5 doses for the stress relievement. There is another benefit. Just watch what we are touching. All the finger and the tip of the thumb, that is the area for our sinuses. So you're doing acupressure also side by side, getting rid of all sinusitis. This is added effect, So these hands are doing magic. All the medicines are here on the palm and on the soul. Only we have to learn how to get it. And with the blessing of our Guru, Swami Ramdev Ji Maharaj, we are getting everything. Thank you very much.
Namaste.
You have a lovely session, excellent session.
Aapka Ashirwad. Thank you. Your blessings are mine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. That was absolutely beautiful, Dr. G. And yes, very scientifically based as well. And Nabhanita, I just want to say again, thank you so much for coming on and sharing so much beautiful, powerful knowledge from the bottom of your heart. It was absolutely fascinating to see the way that mudras and mantras and meditation can come together. And I look forward to doing more of these sessions with you soon.
Yeah, just if anyone wants to know more about it, please do let me know. I can guide them. I'll be more than happy to guide them. And if anyone wants details about my sessions, I do adult session, children's session. So yeah, Riddhi ji has my number, so do contact her and she will be able to provide you my number. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Namaste.
Global namaste again.
And that brings us on swiftly to our next speaker, who is Jagrati Ben Vyas. And Jagrati Ben Vyas is somebody that I have worked very closely with. Me and her do take yoga sessions together at times as well. And it's absolutely fantastic to see her journey from the time when she learnt yoga at Sivananda Yoga School to now actually see the way that she's been able to develop her practice to become more aligned with the practice as well. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Jagrati ji. I know she's got some beautiful pranayama activities for you to actually take part in this session, and I can't wait to hear more. Global Namaste ji.
Namaste, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And the video is okay? You can see me?
We can see.
Perfect. Okay. So as Riddhiji explained, I've been teaching yoga for now about 10 to 12 years. And it's not fully what I do because I have a full-time job, but it's something that I searched in my life when the time was there. And it was something I was drawn to. Ramdev was a great inspiration for me in some way and made it accessible to everybody. And I think at that point when I learned it, there was no turning back. There was no turning back. It's part of my life. So today I wanted to just take you through a bit of pranayama exercises and the ones that are the two that are really important for your health. And maybe I'll talk a little bit about them. And also maybe if we can do some together, you can probably see the benefits of it as well. And you can actually experience the benefits of it. So I think maybe if I talk about the first one, which is Kapalabhati, right? And I think Kapalabhati is one of the, what we call this shining skull. Literally, the translation of Kapalabhati means shining skull. And it's to do with, it's like a cleansing exercise. And I can only imagine, if you imagine your lungs up to here, right? And when we breathe, like we're breathing right now, it's very shallow. You're not actually using the full part of your lungs here when you're breathing, when you're just walking, talking, doing your daily things. You're not really using the full part of your lungs. The only time you actually start using your full capacity of lungs is when you're out of breath or when you've done some physical exercise and then you breathe deeper to calm the heartbeat down, and that's when you're using more of your lungs. So then wonderful exercise that our yogis had discovered in those days was this Kapalabhati, which was a cleansing exercise of the lungs. Okay, so if you imagine your lungs here and you're breathing here, shallow. So the rest of your lungs, the exchange of those oxygen is not happening. So you're still building up a lot of stale air in the bottom part of your lungs, and you're not actually exchanging that unless you're breathing deeply. And we don't normally do that. Okay, so Kapalabhati, what it does is it's small palpitations, exhalations that only exhale from the nostrils, and you are pushing your solar plexus up by drawing the stomach muscles in, and that way you are putting pressure on the bottom part of your lungs, which is exhaling by force from the nostrils, the stale part of the air. Now, some would say, well, why would I need to do this, and what benefits is going to be from this, right? So I think if you think about the stomach muscles exercising, that in itself exercises the stomach area here. The movement that you do here while you're doing Kapalabhati, it kind of kickstarts like an engine, kickstarts your liver, your kidneys, and that's why they say it's very good for your kidneys and your liver as well. So if you think about the way it works, you're actually, it's like you're sneezing and you're trying to control the sneeze. So it's almost like, and you're pressing in your stomach, you're exhaling from the nostrils, and you're actually pushing the air out from the bottom part of your lungs with force. So that kind of exercise really empties out the stale air, gives you an opportunity to breathe new, fresh oxygen, and that way you're really improving all the oxygen circulation in the body, and it really benefits your health all round. So I think I've said enough about this one. I think we'll practice it and you'll see what I mean. The other breathing exercise that we'll practice today is Anulom Viloma, which is an alternate nostril breathing exercise, right? And again here, what we're trying to do is inhale from one side of the nostril, exhale from the other side of the nostril, right? And then inhale from the other and exhale from the left side again. What we do when we do this, I think the biggest thing is you're focusing on your breath. Now that gives your mind a bit of focus for a period of time that you're doing it, which means your mind is not doing anything else, which ultimately then calms the brain down, right? But when you are breathing like this, the other benefits internally to your body is very much around the brain. So your left side and the right side of your brain is getting all of this fresh oxygen, and you're breathing from one side or the other softly, which really enhances your ability to focus, to calm the mind down, to be in control, to be in all of those things that you really want to be focused on. So it increases patience, for example, your ability to think and your ability to make, not to make rash decisions. So with a calm mind, yeah? So, and I think the other benefits that you would find that people have discussed a lot is around anger management as well. So it's also very good for if you're very impulsive and you quite lose your temper very quickly, or things irritate you very much, so you get frustrated. These kind of Anulom Viloma really helps you calm and control the mind and your breathing. So, and it also gives you a technique. So if you are feeling, I don't know, sad, depressed, anxiety, stress, all of those kind of emotions, you come back to your breath, your life soul, and you really are able to calm those emotions down by focusing on something really simple, which is your breath. Yeah. I think there's a question around, so how often should we actually exercise, and how often should we do these breathing exercises, right? I think ideally, if you want the most benefit out of these exercises, it's always good to do it when the mind is not active. So if you're in the middle of the day and you're in Rajasic period of the day and your mind is active, you're not going to be able to sit down and focus on doing breathing exercises, because that's the last thing on your mind. So ideally, first thing in the morning when you wake up and you really are calm, there's not much going on, your mind is calmer, the best time to do the exercises is this time. And I think, but you can do it any other time in the whole day. It's not going to be that you can't, right? But it's the best time to do the exercise. The other time that I think people do find it very beneficial is just before they go to bed. And the reason for that is very much your mind has been very active. You've had a full day. You really want to go to sleep. And sometimes people who suffer from insomnia cannot sleep. And Anulom Viloma is an amazing exercise to do before you go to bed, so you can actually calm the mind down. So it's one of those exercises that we would recommend at some point. You know, if you're really struggling to sleep, it reduces your ability to just let your mind wander and come to your center core and just be. So just before you go to bed, I think it's a very good idea if you're not able to sleep. And how many rounds should you do in Kapalabhati? I think it depends on your how much you actually how deep your practice is. But if you're starting out doing Kapalabhati, then I would say maybe do 1 to 2 rounds and then increase it to 3 rounds of Kapalabhati, and each round would be around 60, minimum 60 exhalations, and then you can move it like 60 to the 80, then to 100, and that way you can start thinking about deepening your practice of Kapalabhati. I think 3 rounds is ideal, and then if you're thinking about Anulom Viloma, you probably want to start with doing 5 rounds of alternate nostrils, so 5 rounds, and then after that maybe increase it up to 10, and that should be suffice. You don't really need to do more and more. It doesn't really help. I think the idea is you do what you can, and then you can see the benefits straight away. Your mind is calmer, you're more focused. It's not like you need to do it for hours and hours, okay? Also, just another brief one in terms of which one to do first. We would do Kapalabhati first and then Anulom Viloma. And the reason for that is you really want to think about cleansing first before calming the mind. So you're doing the more rigorous activity first, and then you're doing the more balancing, calming, and focused one afterwards. So that's a lot I've talked about. Ruthie will probably say that's the most she said about both of those exercises. But I think it's time we actually had a go at doing it, right? So I don't know if everybody is up for this, but if you're not, you can just join in. If not, you don't really need anything. You can be sitting down either on a chair or either on the floor, whatever. The only thing I would ask you to do is elevate your torso, because this area is the area where we really want to breathe and we want to focus. So if you can elevate this torso, that would be great. A nice straight back, if we can. Just align your neck and your spine, relax the shoulders, so you're in a nice alignment. And then just so we can focus on the breath, before we start the Kapalabhati, I'm just going to do a 3-part breathing exercise with you, which means that you will get in tune with your breath in a more deeper way. So if you put your hands on your stomach and your fingers are touching each other, you can close your eyes. You don't really need to have them open, so you can close your eyes and just breathe into your hands. Inhale and exhaling. You'll notice that when you inhale, the fingers are spreading slightly, and as you exhale, they're coming back together again. You want to practice this a couple of times, breathing into the abdomen where your hands are, so your fingers are separating, and then as you exhale, they're coming back together again. One more time, inhaling and exhaling. So then move your hands onto your rib cage. You can keep the eyes closed, just listen to the instructions. The hands on the rib cage, again, the fingertips are touching. And then when you breathe, now we want to breathe into the rib cage. So inhale, the rib cage expands. Exhale, the rib cage contracts. One more time, inhaling and exhaling. You can see the chest expanding and the rib cage. As you exhale, you can feel the contraction. One more time, inhaling and exhaling. Now we're going to move up to the clavicles. So bring your thumbs underneath your armpits and your 4 fingers on top of your shoulders, pointing up to the ceiling. And now we'll practice breathing into the clavicles, the upper part of your chest. So inhale and exhale. You'll feel the chest rising, the shoulders rising as you inhale, and as you exhale, they'll relax. Do this a couple more times. And releasing. So now we're going to do all 3 of them together. So when you inhale, you're going to inhale in the stomach first, then the chest, and then the upper chest. And then you're going to exhale, relaxing the stomach first, the chest, and then the upper chest. So inhale on 1, on 2, on 3, exhale on 1, on 2, on 3. Inhale, on 1, on 2, on 3. Exhale, on 1, on 2, and 3. You can open your eyes and just observe how that felt in terms of breathing and your focus towards your breath. It's quite a difficult thing if you're not used to using the full capacity of your breathing, okay? So now we will do Kapalabhati, and I just want to count you in. I won't do too many rounds. I'll do maybe 2 rounds. We'll start, and because I'd like to do Anulom Viloma as well. So we can bring our hands on the knees, either in Chin Mudra, or you can just rest them on your hands on the knees. I prefer to have Chin Mudra with the 3 fingers facing down. And then we can take a nice deep breath, inhale, and then exhale. So as you exhale this time, we're going to start doing the short exhalations. You exhale only from the nostrils, and the sound almost is like you're just hearing the exhalation. No inhalation sound at all. So it's one noise. If you want to, you can bring your hands on your stomach to help you. As you exhale through the nostrils, the stomach goes in. So let's have a go together. Take a nice deep breath. Inhale and exhale, 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 exhale. Exhale, exhale, exhale. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Exhale, exhale, exhale. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and exhale. Take a nice deep breath, inhale. And then as you exhale, try and lengthen and control your exhalation. We'll try this round again. So let's do another round of Kapalabhati. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but please raise your hand and Riddhi will let me know on the Kapalabhati, right? So we'll have one more round. Take a nice deep breath, inhale, and we begin. Exhale, exhale, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, exhale, 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 and exhaling. Take a nice deep breath, inhale. As you exhale, lengthen your exhalation. This time we're going to take a nice deep breath, inhaling, and we're going to exhale to the end of your breath until you can exhale no more. Exhale, 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 exhale. The next breath, we're going to take a nice comfortable one, and we're going to hold this breath. So inhale and hold. Keep your eyes closed. Align your neck and spine. Bring all the focus to the point between the eyebrows. Just observe how the body is feeling after those breathing exercises, how the mind is feeling. As you hold your breath, focus on a point of light. And exhaling. So if you want to change your posture or you just want to stretch your legs now. We'll do Anulom Viloma next, which is alternate nostril breathing. So in alternate nostril breathing, the one I will teach today is about holding the breath in between, okay? But if you want to, you can always inhale on one nostril and exhale on the other. Inhale on one nostril, exhale on the other. So the one I will teach, we're going to hold the breath in the middle, okay? So we're going to inhale on a count of 4, hold for a count of 16, exhale on a count of 8. Then inhale on a count of 4, hold for 16, exhale on a count of 8. That's one round of Anulom Viloma. You don't need to worry about the counting. I will count you in. All you do is try and manage your breath. When you are breathing in, a few tips, try not to breathe too much air because you know you need to hold it. Because when you breathe in too much, the first thing you want to do is exhale. So try and breathe a nice comfortable breath. So if you've got your lungs maybe 3/4 full is enough, and then hold your breath. And then when you're exhaling, exhale with control. So you can exhale all the way to the count of 8, okay? We'll only do 2 rounds and see how it feels. So close your eyes, take a nice deep breath. We're going to take the right hand, we're going to bring the index finger and middle finger in the palm of our hands, and you're going to use the thumb and the ring finger to block and unblock the nostril, okay? So we bring the right hand close to the chest, using our thumb and the ring finger, we'll block and unblock the nostrils. So take a nice deep breath from both the nostrils, block the right nostril with the thumb, and exhale on your left. Exhale, 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 exhale. Inhaling on your left, on 1, on 2, on 3, and 4, and block both nostrils and hold the breath. Close your eyes. We're going to release the thumb, exhale on your right for a count of 8. On 1, on 2, on 3, on 4, on 5, on 6, on 7, on 8. Inhale on your right, on 1, on 2, on 3, and 4, and block the nostril, hold the breath. Try and relax your face if you can. Relax your elbows, relax your shoulders. Exhale on your left, on 1, on 2, on 3, on 4, on 5, on 6, on 7, on 8. Inhale left, on 1, on 2, on 3, and 4, and hold the breath. Exhale on your right, on 1, on 2, on 3, on 4, on 5, on 6, on 7, on 8. Inhale right, on 1, on 2, on 3, and 4, and hold. We'll do a couple of more rounds if you can. Stay with me. Exhaling on your left, on 1, on 2, on 3, on 4, on 5, on 6, on 7, on 8. Inhale left, on 1, on 2, on 3, and 4, and hold. Exhaling right on 1, on 2, on 3, on 4, on 5, on 6, on 7, on 8. Inhale right on 1, on 2, on 3, and 4, and hold. Exhaling on your left. On 1, on 2, on 3, on 4, on 5, on 6, on 7, on 8. Inhale left. On 1, on 2, on 3, and 4, and hold. This is your last round. Exhale on your right. On 1, on 2, on 3, on 4, on 5, on 6, on 7, on 8. Inhale right. On 1, on 2, on 3, and 4, and hold. Exhale on your left. On 1, on 2, on 3, on 4, on 5, on 6, on 7, on 8. Bring your hand back down. Keep your eyes closed. Just observe your breath after those 2 breathing exercises. Observe how your mind is feeling. You can open your eyes now, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have. Namaste, everyone.
Fantastic session, as always. We do have a question. It says, is it true that people with high blood pressure should not do Kapalabhati?
So yes, there is this thing that if you do have high blood pressure, they don't recommend you do Kapalabhati because it is very rigorous, and when you're exhaling very fast, you are actually making the fire. It is probably not recommended when you have high blood pressure to do Kapalabhati. You're better off doing Anulom Viloma.
So you probably don't want 100 pumpings in the space of 1 minute. That's probably too much. And is it recommended to do Kapalabhati at all, even at a slower pace?
You could try it at a slower pace, and I think it depends on your level of blood pressure you actually have and what the doctor has said to you. I mean, it depends on whether you're on a borderline or whether it's very high or not. As you do Anulom Viloma, which is the most calming breathing exercise for your mind, you get to feel your body. You get to feel how you're feeling. It's really strange, but you're observing internally how you are feeling. And once you feel that, you will know if Kapalabhati is aggravating yourself inside. You will know it. So I think you should listen to your doctor for sure. I'm not a doctor, right? So at the end of the day, but I think the more you get in tune with your breath, the more you get in tune with your body, you do learn, actually, this is causing me a bit of discomfort, and you will know. But it is definitely recommended not to do a Kapalabhati if you have high blood pressure. Okay.
Right. It's interesting because it seems with pranayama, what we're really doing is whilst we're actually having the exchange of oxygen coming in and out, most of the time when people tend to get stressed, they tend to get locked down in their bodies and they tend to get really tense. That's when we're really holding on to things. So by actually doing pranayama, we're opening that up and we're releasing and we're letting go. And just by that, having that release and that letting go during the space of a pranayama session, we've seen it in our classes where they come in the mornings and they're a little bit lethargic. And then by actually having this exchange of oxygen, they're starting to see a shift in patterns. And even then, whilst they're actually going through the classes and they're doing their asanas, The actual act of just relaxing between each asana enables them to really start to open up and just to free away any of that tension, any of that emotional baggage that they may well be holding on to. So by the end of the session, they feel so much better in their final relaxation.
I think there's two things to this, right? The first thing, you're quite right. When you go to a yoga class, you sometimes come out and you feel, wow, what's happened? And there's a reason for that. You are, for that period of time, depending on the yoga class, okay, if you're going to go for a vinyasa yoga class, I'm not sure, you'll probably be tired. But if you go for a Shivananda class where you're practicing breathing, you're doing asanas, and you're doing relaxation, you normally come out feeling great. And the reason for that is for that period of an hour, you are focusing on your breathing, you are focusing internally on your body, the external sources are shut down, and therefore you are actually stretching and releasing the muscles, which is breathing oxygen in them, and therefore you feel like all your energy flows that are blocked within the body, you are reopening them and energizing yourself. And that's where the energy comes from.
Brilliant, Jagati Ben. Thank you so much for that short but sweet session today. It was absolutely fascinating to just be able to go a little bit further into pranayama and start to see the science behind it. And you did such a great job of it. So thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule and sharing that with us today.
You're welcome. Namaste, everyone. And if you ever do want to join our class, it's on Sunday morning, 9:30 to 10:30. Either myself or Riddhi sometimes takes it as well. So please do come along. It's in Cranford School. Riddhi knows where it's held. So if you're ever interested, please do come along. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us nicely on to a very special Atma, somebody that I've met very recently, but she has a wealth of knowledge behind her that carries her through, and it's been something that has just been passed down through generations and generations, and it's absolutely beautiful to be able to share this space with her today. So Rima Janajaji, she's going to be doing a session on mantra meditation. Rima is a Track 2 diplomacy professional with over a decade's experience working in academia, arts, philanthropy across continents. She is a fellow at UCL's Institute for Strategy, Resilience and Security since 2011. And in early 2022, was appointed a fellow at the Royal Society of Arts for her contribution to arts and third sector. She began her spiritual sadhana at the age of 4 under the guidance of her guru and her grandfather. Rima is the first individual in history to recite Siddha mantras in UK Parliament at the Palace of Westminster. She has been a practitioner of Kriya and Ashtanga Yoga for 3 decades, learning Patanjali's Yoga Sutras in India. She is active with Gujarat Ayurveda University and is passionate about conservation in Anthropocene, I think that says, and spending her recreational time promoting heritage and conservation projects in South Asia and Central America. She is a life member of the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. Global Namaste. Rima ji, thank you for joining us today. How are you?
Namaste. Very lovely to speak with you. I'm very well, thank you. How are you? It's been a wonderful session today.
Absolutely. We've had lots of people that have been very talented, very knowledgeable, taking some time out of their daily schedules and sharing that with us today. So we are incredibly grateful. And I am very excited to hear more about what it is that you have to share with us as well, because you too have a wealth of knowledge behind you. So do go ahead, do share with us.
Absolutely. Well, namaste to all. It's wonderful to join you this Sunday. I shall be talking about mantras and meditation. To begin with, mantras are an integral part of my daily ritualistic practice of Sanatan Dharma, which I began at a very young age through my sadhana under the guidance of my late guru and grandfather, Amar Singh Bapu. And what's become a lifelong journey, through Sanatan Dharma. My grandfather grew up around yogis, philosophers, and statesmen, and the time that he spent with individuals like Yogananda shaped his own philosophy, and by extension my own. So, as I was growing up in my teenage years and became a practitioner of Korean Ashtanga Yoga, whilst I was. Can you hear me, Riddhi?
Yes, I think you're coming in and out of connection.
Right, let me just stop the video for a moment and see if that helps.
Okay.
Is that better now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Do you want to try turning the video back?
I was talking about mantras. Sorry?
Do you want to try turning the video back on? We do want to see you.
You do? Okay. Well, I'm not sure how well the connection will hold. I am in the middle of London where the
Riddhi, hi, I've just muted you for a second. You seem to have either got some other programs on. If you have, just switched everything off and just keep this because your bandwidth is showing a bit low. If you got anything else open, please switch it off. Okay, do carry on. You are intermittent because your bandwidth is low. Over to you, Riddhi and Rima.
Apologies for that. Do carry on, Rimaji.
Yes, I was talking that mantras are an integral part of my own ritualistic practice of Sanatan Dharma, which I had started my sadhana at a very early age under the guidance of my grandfather, Amar Singh Bapu, who was a self-realized yogi. And in my teenage years, I began to practice yoga, particularly Kriya and Ashtanga yoga, learning Patanjali's Yoga Sutras in India, where I schooled for a time. And all of this sort of spiritual practice has sort of shaped and influenced my life in my adult years. And so, yes, I'd like to share, about the importance of mantras and why they are beneficial to us in everyday life. There are various English definitions of mantra. The Oxford Dictionary defines it as a word or sound repeated to aid concentration and meditation. The Cambridge Dictionary defines it as a word or sound that is believed to have a special spiritual power. And also various cultures across the world have their own definitions for their version of a mantra. Now, as a traditionalist who prefers textualism, I tend to refer to the very first definition, which of course is rooted in Sanskrit. So the Sanskrit word mantra has two syllables, man, which means mind and to sink, and tra, which can mean protection and deliverance. So one can deduce that a mantra protects the mind and simultaneously facilitates deliverance. Ancient Sanatan Dharma texts thus indicate that a mantra is a spiritual sound vibration that delivers the mind from its material conditioning and illusion when repeated over and over. So a hymn, a prayer, or chant. Now, those familiar with the ritualistic aspect of Sanatan Dharma will know the power of collaboration between mantra and yantra, with mantras energizing a yantra and in tandem amplifying the energy force field, tapping into cosmic energy. Mantras as jap yoga help with union with the Paramatma, the Supreme Soul. Now, something which is not often known, interestingly, is that the word mantra has also been used throughout Dharma Shastra literature, such as the Manusmriti, as a technical term that is used in warfare, referring to counsel. So in ancient times, kings would have a mantra sthana. Consultation was held with those who the king had confidence and who were experts to guide. So it was interesting that in both of these definitions of mantra, what is integral is the aspect of the mind and the aspect of protection. So on an individualistic level, protection of oneself. On the level of state, of governance, with jurisprudence, the protection of society as a whole. Now, going to the Vedas, they mentioned 3 types of mantras: the Vedic, the Tantric, and the Puranic. Now, each of these can be further divided into Sattvic, Rajasic, and Tamasic mantras. And broadly, the mantras can be categorized as Dhyan mantras, which are meditation mantras used to mentally invoke Devta's transcendental form, abode and time. Bead mantras, which these are seed mantras for meditation and purification of articles that are used for puja. Mula mantras, which are root mantras, and these are the essence of deity and are recited along with each article of worship as a means of addressing the Devta. And then we have stutis and stotras. Now, these are prayers chanted before, during, or after worship to glorify the name, form, qualities, and pastimes of the Devta. We have pranam mantras, pranam greeting, prayers for offering obeisances to the Devta at the end of Vedic or Pancharatric mantras, which are used to worship the Devta, invoking the 3 principles, Sambandha, Abhyuday, and Prayojana. Now, when we think of mantras, we don't really think about sort of the structure, but what's really interesting to know that typically the structure of a mantra consists of 6 aspects, or shadang, and these are Rishi, meaning seer, Devta, meaning deity, Bij, meaning seed, Shakti, meaning energy, Chanda, meaning poetic meter, and Gilak, which means lock. Now, mantras can be meaning spoken out, so we're out. They can be upamsu, meaning inaudible. They can be manas, meaning unspoken but recited in the mind. Anirukta, meaning not enunciated, and simply written down, which is likit. Mantras are their most potent and impactful when spoken simultaneously with certain intentions of the 4 different types of speech. So when you're chanting a mantra, you master the pronunciation, the inflection, the melody of the words. This is the Vaikari, to sing those words with the erudition, passion that you have in your heart and all that you can muster. That's known as madhyam. Concentration, all the pran, the life force at your disposal, into a single-minded vision of your message. This is known as Pashyanti. And then when you surrender wholly to reality and you speak truth, satya, this is conveyed, and this conveyance is called para. Everything comes from the mind, and it is the source of all of our suffering and all our happiness. So if we neglect to protect our mind, we cannot close the door to suffering or open it to happiness. Now, in January 1940, at a talk at the Self-Realization Fellowship headquarters in Los Angeles, California, founder and yogi Paramahansa Yogananda spoke of harmonizing physical, mental, and spiritual methods of healing. And in this talk, he said that everything is thought force. Very beautiful. Everything is thought force. And the mind works if you know how to control it. And I have his speech over here. I'm going to read an excerpt from it, which I think our listeners that have joined us today will find very interesting. And he says that the mind is a very strange thing. When it is right, though all the world think otherwise. And when it is wrong, Not all the power of the world opinion behind it will make it right. If you want to see how the mind works, you must bring it under your control. Without a controlled mind, you cannot realize anything of what I am telling you. This requires gradual development. Mind power is not a simple matter. It works very subtly, and to understand the subtlety is to know its power. Mind works in everything, and if you know the secret of the workings of the mind, you will find this to be true. He goes on to say that the mind is very tricky, and it can produce negative as well as positive results. He says, I remember one time when my sister had a sore throat. I never saw such a terrible infection. She couldn't eat, she couldn't swallow anything. She cried to me, please do anything you want to help me. I said, it is your mind that is creating the sore throat. I brought some food and told her to eat, and she was unaware of my hand on her throat as I sent the power of my thought there. But the first thing that she knew, she was eating and didn't feel any pain. She was so happy that her throat was healed. After I left, she got up and looked at her throat in a mirror. When she saw the ulcer there, the pain returned and she let out a shriek. When I came again into the house, I saw her suffering, and I asked, what did you do? I looked at my throat, she answered. And he goes on to say, I saw your throat perfect in the light of God, and that is why you were well, but you saw the disease, and that is why you are feeling pain. He told her to then drink the water because her mind was receptive. She was then able to swallow the water and was quite all right once more, and she didn't look at her throat again. So the mind is integral to humanity. And when we look at the very origins of creation, the origins of the universe, Om was the first primordial sound and is the root of all creation. And so it implies that what is first chanted in mantras is often the Om, that primordial syllable. When one simply chants Om, you're essentially connecting to that primordial energy and consciousness. And now our bodies are matter. On average, we're made of 6.5 octillion atoms. So that's 6.5 billion atoms. Mantra energy benefits us on the atomic level. And just a few minutes of mantras can affect your electromagnetic field as you center your mind and concentrate. Because mantras essentially at the core are sacred syllables which are used to cultivate a particular state of mind in which their meaning seeps into the subconscious to transform, uplift, and to raise the vibration of the practitioner. They break negative mental patterns and are advantages to overall health. And this has been proven by science. There are 84 meridians which are on the roof of the tongue that are stimulated through traditional Sanskrit mantras. And evidence has proven that the rishis knew thousands of years that mantras have physical and mental health benefits. They stimulate the secretions of the pituitary gland, which is located only a couple of millimeters away from the palate. And then certain permutations send signals to the command centers of the brain, the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland primarily, and also the pineal gland, which then orchestrates a healing response and sends out these little packets of information in the form of neurotransmitters and chemicals in the brain and throughout the body. So what is evident from the times of our rishis thousands of years ago to present day modern allopathic science is that mantra is not simply something that is an esoteric utterance. There's much more to mantras. They are sacred syllables that do have a direct impact on us humans at the atomic level. And Paramahansa Yogananda said that in meditation, behold the star of divine wisdom, that its rays disclose the truth ever within yourself. Mantra as a part of meditation is powerful. It helps to anchor the mind, disrupt negative thought patterns, and bring stillness and facilitate all of those health benefits that I had alluded to earlier. So that's a bit of a background history on mantras and their power. And I think it would be nice for us to do some mantra meditation. The first thing I would like you all to do is to get comfortable and take a moment to focus on your breath, as you have earlier with Nabita ji and Jagriti ji. They taught you a short time earlier. So, I'd like you to close your eyes and take 9 deep breaths through the nose and breathing from the belly, expanding it as you inhale, and then gently exhaling. And as you do, listen to the sound of your breath. So let us begin to start the breath work. Let us breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. 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 Last time. In and out. Now we're going to chant Om, and you're probably all thinking, know how to chant. Actually, with our modern lifestyles, we as humans have actually forgotten how to breathe. A lot of our breathing is very shallow, and therefore a lot of the recitation of the mantras, the breath work is not the way that it should be. So I'm going to teach you how to chant mantra Om by itself, the way that it should be invoked. And that is from your very center, Nabita ji had spoken about earlier, right here at the core, of your belly. When you chant Om, when you start with the you start it all the way down in your belly. And as you travel from to O, you should feel the energy and feel the recitation of the mantra through here, through your heart, and eventually coming up here to the nose. So when you chant Om, you start at the bottom of your belly and you channel it up to the nose. So we're going to chant 9 Oms, and let us begin. So as you've been reciting the Om, I'm sure you're seeing the changes in how you're hearing the mantra internally also. So when you start in your belly, the acoustics are slightly different to when you bring up the breath right to your nostril, and you'll slight opening in your ear canal. And that, you should be experiencing that. And if you are chanting correctly. So moving forward, when you are doing any sort of mantra, start at the belly and bring it up, to know that if you're bringing up the breath in the way that it should, your ear canals will be indicative of this. Now I'm going to move on to recite a couple of the Siddh mantras. Now Siddh mantras are mantras that are passed down from guru to disciple. I was passed the mantras from my late guru and grandfather Amar Singh Bapu, and Riddhi's actually heard me recite the mantras before in public. The very first time that I have, the first and the last actually, was in UK Parliament at the Palace of Westminster. So I was the first person in history to chant Siddh mantras. There are various mantras that we could chant, but I would like to start off with Ganeshji, because Ganeshji, remover of all obstacles, as per Sanatana Dharma, is always invoked first when you are going to chant any mantra. So I'm going to chant the mantra for Ganeshji, which is the Siddh mantra, and I'm going to chant it first, and then I'd like you to recite it after me. So the mantra is Om Shri Ganmate Namo Namaha. So please recite after me. Well done. I'm going to move on to chant the mantra for Om Aditya Suryanamai Namo Namaha. Without the sun, when life cannot exist, and as Riddhi had spoken of earlier too, and oxygen. And the sun is very important, not just for us, the natural world, for plants and vanaspati, to ensure that we have ecological well-being and ample amounts of oxygen, because as Riddhi had alluded to, without oxygen, we cannot survive. We can go without food and water for a time, but not a second without oxygen. So, we paid our obeisance to Surya Bhagwan. I'm now going to move on to Shivji. I fast for Shivji every Monday. I've been doing so for about 20 years. It's just my way of paying obeisance. I always gravitated towards Shivji as a child, and have continued to do practice with mantras that invoke Lord Shiva. And this particular Siddh mantra that I'm going to recite is a very powerful mantra of Lord Shiva. And it is probably like the top, the Rolls Royce of Shiva mantras to invoke. It is Om Hari Om, Om Rim, Om Klim, Om Namah Shivaya Om. I'm going to repeat that again. Om Hari Om, Om Rim, Om Klim, Om Namah Shivaya Om. I'd like you to repeat that mantra.
Om Hari Om, Om Hrim, Om Klim, Om Namah Shivaya.
Beautifully done, Rosie. Well done. And I'm sure all of you that have also recited it have done a wonderful job. So that's a mantra that invokes Lord Shiva. But if you also look at the roots, you've got Hari and you've got Rim and you've got Klim. So these are roots of Goddess Durga. And you're talking about primordial union of this energy. When you recite this mantra, you're essentially invoking Shiv and Shakti in tandem. The next mantra I would like to speak of is a mantra that is very important to me. Those of you that do practice Sanatana Dharma, may know of your Kur Devi, and for my family and our Kur Devi is Ma Ashupura. And so the mantra for invoking Ashapura is Om Aim Rim Klim Shrim Ashupuraya Namaha Om. And Om Aim Rim Klim Shrim Ma, that prefix can be used with any Devi. So you can say I Om Aim Rim Klim Shrim Ma Mamai Nama Om. Or you can say Om Aim Rim Klim Shrim Ma Koryai Namo. So that's with Ma Korya. And so the power of the Sid mantra is the invocation with the Om, the Aim, the Rim, the Klim, and the Shrim. And you invoke all of the aspects of Devi Shakti, and then you bring in the Devi's name. So you're simultaneously having the invocation and also the obeisance. And that's why it makes these Sid mantras for Devi so potent, because it's not just the invocation, it's also the obeisance. So you're welcoming, you're paying obeisance, and I think that's good. So like your own mother, if you're welcoming to your mother and you're dutiful, you pay obeisance, happy mummy. So happy mummy, happy household. And I think my mother is on the call somewhere. So mummy, hello, and she's in India right now. And so that's the formula that you can use with your own to instruct. Later on, you can drop me a message, and as part of the pantheon of Sid mantras, one cannot forget about the great Hanumanji. Again, those who are familiar with Hanumanji, Hanumanji, whether it's invocation of Panchmukhi Hanuman, which ideally is done on Kali Chaudas and on Hanuman Jayanti. Hanumanji is faithful devotee of Lord Rama, and unlike a lot of our devas that have come to us and then moved on, Hanumanji is still Jivit meaning he's still around. So what's powerful about invoking Hanumanji's mantra is you are invoking Hanumanji as a being that is around on earth with us. So that's sort of an extra layer to the mantra jap of Hanumanji. Hanumanji and Jambuvanji, these are two who are Jivas. So there is something very special about invoking Hanumanji, and those of you that know Hanumanji's Panchmukhi Kavach, the protection, the force field that provides, you invoke it once and it sets the tone for a good, many months after, and therefore that's why these mantras are often invoked at the time of Kali Chaudas and at the time of Hanuman Jayanti. So I'm going to do a couple of Hanumanji's mantras, and the first one that I'm going to do is Om Shri Hanumante Namo Namaha. So I'm going to slow that down because I'm used to reciting these very fast. Om Shri Hanumante Om Namaha. So that's a greeting, a salutation, invoking Hanumanji. The next one I'm going to speak of is invoking Hanumanji with Ramji, and it's Om Aim Rim Hanuman Shri Ram Namo Namaha. I'm going to slow that down. Om Aim Rim Hanumante Shri Ram Dutai Namo Namaha. So as I spoke of earlier, Hanumanji, faithful devotee of Lord Rama. Those of you that have read the Ramayana or seen the TV series as I did as a child know about his steadfast fealty and everlasting devotion to Lord Rama. So when you invoke Lord Rama with Hanumanji, it's a very, very, very powerful mantra. Now this mantra, time of as well as clarity of mind. So if you chant this mantra 108 times, that is one complete jap mala, you will see the benefit, not just in your own disposition, but also the uplifting in your energy and the removing of obstacles and the removing of fear. So if ever you are feeling fearful invocation of Hanumanji is the thing to do. And, you know, direct line, Hanumanji can be around. It could be in the same room as you without you even knowing. So that's a Hanumanji mantra that I think is very important to focus on. The last mantra that I'm going to speak of is a combined mantra. Now, this mantra given to me as a Siddh mantra is a combination of Mrityunjay mantra as well as Gayatri mantra, the Gayatri mantra that you all know, Om Bhurvuvah Swaha Tatsatuvayam, Om Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi, Yo Na Prachodayata Om. Now, what do we do when we combine Mrityunjay mantra with the Gayatri mantra as we know it? So the Mrityunjay mantra is an invocation of Lord in a certain form. And it is said that the chanting of the Mrityunjay mantra can bring people up from their deathbeds. Now, this is tried and tested. I have seen this with my own eyes as a child, that somebody who was very poorly on their deathbed, the chanting of the Mrityunjay mantra literally got them off the bed. Now, of course, there's the element of predestination. So if you're meant to get up from the bed, you know, you will get up from the bed. But I find that it's a very powerful mantra. Now, the Gayatri mantra asks for illumination of the way from Surya Bhagwan. And so when you're invoking Suryadev along with Lord Shiva, that's a very potent combination. This mantra is usually passed down as a Siddh mantra, but I would like to share it all with you because I would like to pass it down to all of you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly say the mantra once so you understand what the mantra sounds like. And then a second time I will recite it, pausing, allowing you to recite it. So the first invocation I'm going to do is Om Bhurvuvah Swaha, Om Trambake Yajamahe, Om Tatsvitur Varenyam, Om Sugidam Pushtivardhanam, Om Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi, Om Urvakameva, Om Bandhana, Om Dio Yona, Om Prachodayata Om, Om Murti, Om Moksha, Om Amatata Om, Om Hari Om, Om Rimam, Om Primam, Om Shiv Jivashvaya Namo Namaha, Om Hari Om, Om Rimam, Om Primam, Om Namah Shivaya Namo Namaha. Now you probably recognize the Mrityunjay mantra and the Gayatri mantra. Now the addition to the Siddh mantra, which is the addition done by my guru, is the addition of Shiv Jivashvaya Namo Namaha. Now that's bringing in a Jyotirling that is often forgotten. So by invoking the mantra with Shiv Jivashvaya Om, you're also, and therefore completing the pantheon of all the Shivlings. So I'm going to go back and recite the mantra a second time, giving you the chance to recite it after me, and I will speak slowly so you can follow as we go along. Om Bhurvuvah Swaha. Om Trayambake Yajamahe. Om Tatsavitu Varenyam.
Om Tatsavitu Varenyam.
Om Sugidam Pushtivardhanam.
Om Sugidam Pushtivardhanam.
Om Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi.
Om Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi.
Om Urvarukmeva Om.
Om Urvarukmeva Om.
Bandhanam Om Dio.
Bandhana Om Dio.
Yona Om.
Yona Om.
Prachodayata Om.
Prachodayata Om.
Om Mrityu Om Moksha.
Om Mrityu Om Moksha.
Om Amritata Om.
Om Amritata Om.
Om Hari Om.
Om Hari Om.
Om Rim Om.
Om Rim Om.
Klim Om.
Klim Om.
Shiv Jivashvaya Vishwarana.
Shiv Vishwanarayana.
Namaha Om.
Namaha Om.
Om Hari Om.
Om Hari Om.
Om Rim. Om Klim Om.
Om Hrim Om Klim Om.
Namah Shivaya Om.
Namah Shivaya Om.
Excellent. Well done. Well done, Rosie. That's fantastic. And I hope all of you were able to follow that. It is a complex mantra to enunciate. It can get a bit wordy. I actually can say it better, faster than slower, because I'm used to reciting it very quickly, both out aloud and both internally when I'm in meditation in Mandir. So, well done to all of you, because it is a complex mantra to actually pronounce, and pronunciation is important. The thing with Sanskrit, unlike the English language, where you can kind of get by if you mispronounce something, when you're mispronouncing something in Sanskrit, it can change the entire meaning. So one of the tips that I give all of you is take your time when you are chanting a mantra and just make sure that you are enunciating correctly, so that you're not actually changing the meaning unknowingly. So if you want to invoke a certain mantra, don't worry about rushing through it. It takes time through sadhana, to build up a level where you can say mantras very, very quickly. But it's not about speed. Slow and steady wins the race. So always remember to enunciate the mantras and write them down in a way that you can understand phonetically how to say them. So often, people read the Sanskrit, those that can read Sanskrit in the Sanskrit form, those that, or some Gujarati speaking, reading audience, if you read, Gujarati, excellent. On some that can't read those languages, write it down in English. Sometimes the English translations of the mantras phonetically don't really sound like how you're supposed to say them. So, focus on, listen to how others are chanting them if you're listening to them for the first time, and then make a note of it in the notebook on how to say it. And it doesn't matter if it looks weird to anyone else, if it looks different to the spelling you see online or in books. What's important is that you yourself know how to enunciate and know how to do the recitation. And hopefully, bringing mantras into your sadhana, into your meditation, will greatly impact you in very positive ways. Don't forget, as I alluded to earlier, mantras really are sacred syllables. When you are chanting those syllables in that particular pattern and that rhythm, you are invoking energy from the cosmos. We are matter. We are matter that vibrates. Everything, though is not seen to the naked eye, whether it's this table or the laptop that's in front of you, it's all matter, and all matter is vibrating at a certain frequency, at a certain energy, which isn't all, isn't all that is, and which conditional element to everything in this world. And so when you are invoking mantras and you're chanting these, you are changing the energy force field around your own body. You are changing the energy force field around the matter that you can see, the objects in your room. And that's why we talk about, energy flow and positivity and positive energy and positive thinking. Why do we say that thinking positive thoughts is beneficial for life? It's because, as we've spoken of earlier, the mind is very, very powerful. And as Yogananda had said, the thought force is very integral to everything that we do as humans. And so always remember that, good times or challenging, not so good. Try to keep the mind as clear as you can, breaking those mental patterns and loops. And this is what meditation, and japs can do. It helps to break those unhealthy thought patterns, some patterns that you don't even know you have. So it's not even things that you can hear consciously. It could be on a deeper level, at the subconscious level, where there could be some mental loops, and which causes anxiety. Maybe you're worried about work or worried about your energy bill, like most of us in the country in the United Kingdom right now. What's my gas bill going to be like? What's my electricity bill going to be like? There are certain things that bring anxiety, and the rishis knew all those, millennia ago, that stress, anxiety causes ill health. It causes mental ill health. It causes physical ill health. And it affects our spiritual health on a level also. Things that are not going in the way that you want them to in life. Sometimes people get despondent. Sometimes people think, well, God doesn't exist. Or if you don't believe in God, a higher power doesn't exist. Or if you're an atheist, nothing's going my way. But by trying to keep our thoughts as free from negativity as much as we can lead happier and more grounded lives. And mantras definitely can aid that process. So I implore all of you, those that maybe aren't confident in chanting mantras, or those of you that aren't, super religious, don't worry. Mantras, irrespective of what your religious denomination is, these are sacred syllables that have been put together in a certain pattern to invoke cosmic energy and to benefit the person that is chanting them. And that doesn't matter of your caste, your creed, your color, your religion, your denomination whatsoever. So I'd like to close the session with just that thought, and that is, do delve further into mantras, write them down in a way that you can understand, and start bringing them into your everyday life. Even if you say 9, you don't have to do it 108. You can do a division of that 9, because 9, when you multiply it, it goes up to 108, which is a sacred number. And I wish you all very well in your mantra journey. If you need any guidance, please get my information from Riddhi and Neilbai. Thank you very much.
Rima, thank you so much for sharing that. It's absolutely beautiful to see all the powers being invoked through mantras and in a way of meditative as well. So thank you so much for sharing, and
my pleasure,
joining us. So that brings me on to Hitendraji, who is also a Samarpan meditation teacher. And just what's your feedback on that?
So I would say that Rimaji touched very important aspect of mantra chanting, and she explained it so beautifully in very simple language. This kind of information really make the mantra chanting more productive, more effective in our life. And we should not just chant for the sake of chanting because somebody told us to chant. We should try to understand, as she was explaining everything, that unlike other languages that we use in our day-to-day operation, Sanskrit is a very specific language, and Rimaji explained it so beautifully. For every little word, every word's importance in chanting of the mantra. Thank you very much, Rimaji. That was very beautiful.
Thank you, fascinating. And it also brings me on to co-host Honeyji. How are you doing? We can't hear you.
Hello, and a global namaste to you.
Namaste.
And of course, the rest of our wonderful global family members around the world. Of course, Hitendraji as well. A global namaste to you all the way to USA. And welcome on our Healing Our Earth. And really, what an interesting discussion we were having with Rimaji. I love that, very, very interesting information, just like Hitendraji said. And of course, I know equally interesting is our Hitendraji, because he's going to be sharing a little bit about our Samarpan meditation. And that's something that I've been also practicing for many, many years. So I've always got a soft spot for this particular, practice. So Hitendraji, I know that you are going to share a little bit about the meditation and the Samarpan side of things and share it with me, Riddhi, and of course everyone else out there. We were maybe going to try out a little bit of the meditation practice. And I also wanted to actually discuss something very important that's happening in the UK relating to this meditation, but that's probably later after you have shared whatever you want to share.
Yes. So global namaste from my soul to your soul. Samarpan meditation, as we all know, is the common link between me and Dr. Hani. We have common guru, our master, who comes from Himalayas. If you allow me to share, I want to share something.
Absolutely. At the moment, whilst you're sharing this, Hitendraji, there's a very important thing that's happening at the moment around the world, where there's a special murtis that we call the Mangal murtis that are being set up all around the world. Some people understand about ley lines, for example. They understand there's the whole earth, Mother Earth, has ley lines on it. And ancient people used to understand about these ley lines. Also, people who do Vastu Shastra or Feng Shui, they also understand how to pick up some of these energy lines which are there on the earth. And if you build temples and build your home on top of these ley lines, you will find there's a lot of positive energy that gets pulled, from the universe in that area.
Very true.
Yes, and at the moment, I understand that, of course, the Guruji, Shiv Krupanand Swamiji from the Himalayas, they're working on setting up these wonderful Mangal Murtis all around the world in certain positions, in certain places. So it's meant to create a really strong force of some sort, which is also, I would say, an addition to the consciousness levels that are rising at this moment in time. Everyone talks about that now in this day and age, there's some kind of a shift that's taking place in consciousness levels. More people are getting into spirituality, more people are interested in meditation, yoga, spiritual practices, perhaps. So there seems to be a little, huge interest that's stirring in that industry, in that area. Is that right, Hitendraji?
It is very true. And in fact, most of the awakened people on the earth, they are trying to raise the vibration of the earth, as the subject of our channel is healing our earth. It is literally healing our earth. There is a lot of underground activity that is going on under the earth through these ley lines, and there are divine souls whom we used to respect as awakened soul, enlightened souls. There are many currently existing, living on the earth. One of them is our master himself, Sri Shiv Krupanand Swamiji. He happened to travel in the Himalayas and learn from not just one or two, but 11 different gurus about spirituality, about self-realization, about 5 elements of our body, and how one can merge into the nature's 5 elements through Samarpan meditation. So unlike
what is the importance of this, Hitendraji? Because, when we talk about this, our audience and viewers may be listening to this and understanding why is it so important for us to connect with the nature? Why should we be connecting to the elements of nature? What is the important part for this?
So it is like moving from the absolute to the polluted version of existence. We have polluted our existence in the elements that we are carrying, as Riddhiji was talking about 5 elements, and water is one of the most important element in our body. If you realize that while doing and thinking whatever we have been doing and thinking in our life, we are affecting our inner emotions, and that inner emotions are affecting the quality of water inside our body. When that is happening, it is affecting our health. We are moving from ease state or healthy state to dis-ease state or unhealthy state. And that is why it is very important that we keep our body elements pure as much as possible. Samarpan meditation or many mantra meditation, as we were learning from mantra chanting with Rimaji, can help you. These are the Siddha mantra or seed mantra that they call. They help you to purify your inner chakras, to purify your inner energies and elements. And that is how you feel more in tune with the nature. You feel more in harmony with the nature. And the healing takes place just simply by chanting the mantra or doing the meditation, or even focusing your attention on the lotus feet of your guru or the Devi or Devta that you believe in. This is the important.
And this Siddhyo, the Siddh, it's like a beach mantra, is that right? And a
Yes.
beach mantra in English, for our English-speaking audience members, beach mantra means like a seed. And each one of these seeds are like, if you plant a mango seed, then you will only get mango trees. Or if you plant, banana trees, then it'll be a banana tree. But, in the same way, these beach mantras have certain type of programming that's been infused into these beach mantras. And these beach, and when you repeat these over and over again, you start developing those qualities that's been infused in those beach mantras. So with the Samarpan meditation, I believe that with the mantras, when you repeat those mantras a few times, it's also a live mantra. And what it does, it helps you to become more soul awakened. It makes you become more soul conscious, and it awakens your soul. Is that right?
Yes, it is right. Important thing about Samarpan meditation mantra is it is given by a living guru. And as our Swamiji, whom we call Baba Swami also, explains that if you want to drink milk, it is a live process. You have to go to mother cow, you have to get the milk, and then you have to drink it. You cannot just read in the book about the milk and the property and colors and quality of the milk. You cannot just analyze the chemical properties of the milk and get the satisfaction of drinking the milk. You have to go close to and near the milk, near the cow, and get the milk out of it. Then you can drink. Unless and until you don't drink, again, it is of no use. It is the same way in our life. We go to temple, we chant the mantra, but we do not accept it from inside. We do not have that samarpan bhav or sentiment of surrendering, sentiment of giving yourself completely in order to receive that energy as the drinking of milk. This is a live process. Many times people want to know, how can I find my guru? How can I find that cow that is going to give me the milk? And Swamiji also explained that you should go to the altar of enshrined guru, for example, Shirdi Sai Baba. You go there and you pray that, please give me self-realization. Please give me enlightenment. Now, enlightenment or self-realization is a living process. You have the life force within your body, and this enlightenment can be compared as igniting a lamp. The lamp can be ignited only by the live fire. You cannot just have the lamp ignited automatically, meaning that our soul is there, our consciousness exists within us, our life force exists within us, but they are of not use to our spiritual progress if we do not enlighten it. Now, when we go to an enshrined guru and we pray to them for enlightening, because their lamp is not lit at this moment, they will bless you to connect with another enlightened being who is existing in your environment or during your lifetime. And you will either happen to meet that person who is enlightened, or that person will reach to you. And this is how the samadhist or enshrined guru can also help you to find the right enlightened person in your life whom you can call guru.
That's really
He will look
important,
like
because
you. He will look like you.
Yeah, it's very, very important, that part, because you will find that most there's similar stories from all those people who find gurus is they must have prayed They may have asked for some support. They may have asked that, oh, we want spiritual growth. This should have been something there. Those prayers would have been there that they've asked somewhere along their lines, or maybe a previous life. But you know, you will find that most of the stories that people tell, that they were looking for a guru, or they were looking for the right, you know, person. That's when you connect with the right gurus. Is that right?
And it is, yes, it is an intention that we are carrying unknowingly in your subconscious, because in the past life we have progressed to certain higher chakras. Like we were talking, Rimaji was talking about the vibrations. We all carry different energy, different vibrations, and everything in the world, living or non-living, is vibrating at different frequency. When you are living more in the lower chakras, for example, Muladhara, Swadhisthana, or Nabhi chakra, the sacral or navel chakra or base chakra, then the energy level is vibrating at little heavier frequency. But when you start rising on heart chakra and above, the energy is getting lighter. And at that time, you will feel much happier, much lighter, and you will have different mindset to accept the information that is coming in your life, or accept the people who are coming in your life. And you will also have different frequency to share your love with others unconditionally. For example, Healing Our Earth is sharing this wisdom through so many wise people who are coming and giving their wisdom, knowledge in this program. These people are sharing their knowledge. These people are sharing their information that they accumulated. This is not happening in one lifetime. This is happening because in many previous lifetime, we had a pure desire to learn, to share, and to enjoy happily with the right frequency, with the right environment. And this is the networking that is going on without us knowing on a subconscious level.
It's a very powerful thing you've actually shared, because a lot of these people, when we connect, we always feel at home with them. When we're talking, we always feel, yeah, they think like us, you know, they have the same mission as us, you know, they want to educate and make this world a better place. And you feel very much at home because the vibrations are kind of connecting, and the frequencies are connecting, and the vibrations are in harmony, as we would say. So,
yeah.
And also the audience members that tend to connect with us from over 140 countries on Healing Our Earth, all of them, although they're from different parts of the world, they all have a similar, I would say, approach to life. And that is, they want to learn more. They want to transform themselves to become better human beings. You know, so there's a similar value system that's being shared around the world, which absolutely is right. And you've also talked about this, you know, that it's really, really important to have the Guruji. I understand that, you know, from my point of view, like if you went to school, you would always have a teacher. You go to college, you'd always have another teachers, you know, like lecturers. You then go to university, and then you have like a slightly more knowledgeable teachers. And then you go into a PhD, and your trainer or lecturer will be of that standard, who can pass on that knowledge to you. I think a similar thing is what we learn that takes place in spiritual life, doesn't it?
Yes, yes. So many times people say that my guru teaches the yoga, pranayam, physical exercise, and kriya, and all those things. Some people say my guru teaches only the mantra chanting. Some people say that my guru does not even speak. All you have to do is just sit in front of him or her, and you can literally feel the energy or vibrations from within. You go to Vipassana, you are doing nothing, and you are in the silent phase, but you are experiencing a lot of cleansing that is happening. All these are different level of training that you can compare with from the elementary school to middle and higher and college level, or graduate level, or master's level, or you can say PhD level. Now, when we were young, our parents or teacher were teaching us the number, and we were playing with the balls. If we want to learn number 1 to 10, we were rolling the balls 1, 2.
Abacus. We would use the abacus, right?
Yes,
the abacus board.
So we were playing with that, and we were learning. At that age, because of our level of consciousness, we needed that level of teaching. In the same way, in spirituality, when we are a younger soul, or when we are inexperienced soul, we need that level of guru or master or teaching That's why we have all these different form of physical exercise, physical activity that help us bringing our focus from the outer world to our body first, because our body has to be ready to have the calm and balanced mind. That is important. Then next level is the mental exercise. You want to start learning without talking. It is the silence. Okay, the silence is the biggest challenge for everybody. Now, silence does not mean silence of not speaking. Silence in the yogic philosophy is no words at all, because every thought that we are creating are related to some words. You are trying to let go the words. You are trying to let go any information that is creating the thoughts in your mind or that is affecting your emotions. So that is next level. Now you have got rid of your body activity, so niskriyata. You have got rid of the thoughts, nirvicharita. And when you do meditation with this mindset, you will reach to the point where you will be in the stage of nirgun, meaning that you are not satogun, rajogun, tamas. You are not thinking about this is right, this is wrong, this is good, this is bad, I should not be doing this, he should not be doing that. No, all this is gone. Now what is left for you is your agya chakra so clear. You are becoming fully balanced and you want to do good for others. You want to share something with others that you have. That is what people are doing here on this platform. And at that time, the divine will start pouring the universal consciousness within from the door here on the crown chakra. And that is the time when you can start thinking of going higher from Agya Chakra to Crown Chakra. Shiv Krupanand Swamiji, our master, is one of those gurus that in many path of meditation or other spiritual practices, we have different gurus who bring us at the junction of Agya Chakra or third eye chakra, eyebrow chakra. We are parked over here, and many people cannot progress in one lifetime from Agya Chakra to higher chakra. But after centuries, there are some divine souls who will be on the earth that make us qualify progressing from Agya Chakra to Crown Chakra. That is the kind of guru that we have received, because he teaches us always to focus on the Crown Chakra, unlike many guru who teach you to focus on the eyebrow chakra or third eye chakra. So this is the difference in Shiv Krupanand Swamiji's teaching. And I want to go next on the Mangal Murti that he has given.
Yeah, just before we say, you mentioned about the Agya chakra and moving on to the Sahasra chakra, which is the crown chakra. They normally say it's normally a Sadguruji who normally passes on this knowledge.
Right.
There's gurus and there's Sadgurus. And
Yeah.
I believe the gurus are, of course, all spiritual masters who pass on lots of wonderful knowledge. But the Sadguru is where even the spiritual masters go to a Sadguru and learn from the Sadguru and, to move, to also qualify themselves to go higher themselves, so they can then pass that on to others. So Swamiji, Shiv Krupanand Swamiji is actually a Sadguru, is considered as a Sadguru, where many, many gurus go to him. Is that right?
Yes, that is very, very true. So you see, there are three words that I will say. First is Shiksha and Diksha. Shiksha is something that can be taught in words, and it is given by Shikshak or teacher. Teacher teaches us from our childhood till now how to live, how to earn, how to do, how to discern or discriminate between good and bad, right and wrong. That is Shikshak, teacher. Okay. That is first level of teaching that we got in our life. Now, Guru is somebody who has mastered the art in one particular field. Today we have the guru in the financial industry, guru in the sport industry, you have guru in different industries, and we call them pandits or guru. That is another level. But these people are all living in the realm of duality in this world only, and they always compare with one standard to another to help you reach to that standard. Okay, so there is this level of guru who are teaching you to move from where you are to move on the next level. As you know, the word guru means remover of darkness. Your ignorance is the darkness that is being removed by these gurus, and they are very helpful. They prepare you to go to the next level of guru, whom we call Sadguru. Why we call Shiv Krupanand Swamiji Sadguru? In the ultimate state of Ashtanga Yoga, as we know, you want to move from dhyana to samadhi. You have done all the other 6 levels of yama, niyam, asan, pranayam, pratyahar, dharana, and dhyan. With dhyan, you reach up to Agya Chakra again. And from here, you want to go from the junction of this eyebrow, third eye chakra, to the crown chakra. At that time, you need somebody who has traveled from the duality to unity consciousness. This is the Sadguru. Sadguru is leading you to the ultimate truth or ultimate consciousness, a universal consciousness. Here, the duality is left at the lower level, lower realm, and you are going on the Guru Lok. You are going on the unity consciousness. That is the kind of person who comes in your life, and they will not hold your finger, do this and don't do this. They will not tell you in instructions. They will try to share with you the information, and they will try to leave you alone. Then it is up to you to practice or not to practice. It is like an electrician come. He connects all the electric equipments with the main supply of electricity and leave the things, your house. Then you have to put the switch on and off if you want to use the appliances in the house. The same way, these kind of Sadgurus do not even bother much or care much if you respect them, disrespect them. If you follow them, you unfollow them. That has nothing to do like what Guru does. Guru wants that you hold his finger. Guru wants that you serve him. Guru wants that you walk with him. Sadguru is not of that category. Sadguru is the energy. So when a person moves from personality or vyaktitva with all the good and bad qualities to the energy level, to the existence level, that is Sadguru.
Wow, this is so beautiful, because this is very important for us to understand, because many people say, I don't need a Guruji. And some people say, like, we all have gurus. Throughout my life, I've had dance teachers, I have, spiritual teachers. I've been on so many courses, and you always have wonderful teachers who know more than you do. And then, of course, they pass on this knowledge, so you can then become a little bit more enlightened, a bit wiser, yes, and get some more information in the world to make yourself a better person as you move forward. But with the Samarpan meditation, what tends to happen? There seems to be an automatic change that takes place in you without you even realizing. I've been practicing Samarpan meditation since 2001. So it's been many, many years, over 20 years now. And of course, many people may not know of the fact that we do our practices because it's a personal thing that we do. But, you find there's an automatic change that takes place. And whatever your guru, the qualities that your Guruji has, which are normally, I don't know, maybe joyful, forgiving, kind, or the compassion, all these qualities that are there in your Guruji tends to automatically come into you without you even trying. Isn't that right? I mean, this is connected to the Beej mantra, right? That it's actually developing those qualities in you, which is infused in the actual mantra.
So again, I will go to that word. I was talking about Shiksha and Diksha, okay? Sadguru is that level of Guru where he does not even need the words. He doesn't need the body. He literally is the energy personality, energy existence, rather, you will say, because he is beyond the personality of a person. Okay, so we call him Shakti. Guru is a Shakti, and Guru is such a powerful energy. It is like solar energy. Let's take very simple example of solar energy. Sun exists so far from us, and we are living on the earth. You have plants and so many different living organisms that exist and live mainly because of the solar energy providing them all the ingredients that is needed. Okay, it is like being cooked. Same way, we have sukh, dukh, happiness, unhappiness, problems in our life that is making our mental clothes wet and dirty. Okay, now when you put your clothes in front of sunlight, what happens? The sun comes and touch it? The sun comes and wash it? No, but still it gets dried. Still it gets out of the bad smell. How does this happen? This is exactly what Diksha means. Diksha is Guru on a subtle level, is trying to work on your soul consciousness. Guru is the Sadguru, I would use this word again. Sadguru is the one who is working on a subtle level, and this is not even being asked. If you have pure intention and you want to progress on a spiritual journey that way, just by connecting with that mantra, I am a holy soul, I am a pure soul, you can connect with Guru and you can start getting his blessing by focusing on it. The only condition in this is you should not have any expectation and you should not hold on to something as a problem or as a sickness or as a material things or relationship. All these things you don't want to hold on, you don't want to expect. You just be there because it will happen. The same way as the cloth that was dirty and wet was kept in the sunlight, you expose your existence to the energy existence of Guru, Sadguru, and automatically it will happen. That is Diksha.
That's beautiful, because that vibration starts making, sometimes you go to a particular retreat center and you automatically feel peaceful, you automatically feel happy, and you feel, those that stress that you had in your life with so many things going on suddenly just disappears and dissolves, because that vibration in that retreat center or wherever you are, a temple or wherever you are, it's very high, it's that high energy level that when you go in there, you become thoughtless and you become really happy and joyful and blissful. So that energy is what we're connecting with when we do this. It automatically changes your thoughts, your perception of life. And you mentioned about the Guru Lok as well, because Guru Lok is very interesting. We talk about we are living in a multi-dimensional world. A multi-dimensional, from my point of view, means I experience something, you experience the same thing, and we will interpret it differently. The higher your consciousness levels, your interpretation becomes more connected to the truth and connected to more of a positive way of looking at life as your consciousness levels rise. So there is a place called Guru Lok, I understand, where all the different gurus, past gurus, present gurus, even future gurus will be going, and their consciousness is there. So if you pray to that Guruji, you will also get like prayers answered also, because you're connecting to that energy, that Guru Lok energy. Can you tell us a little bit about this Guru Lok? What does it mean to you? How can we describe this place or this energy?
Imagine that we are living in a 7-story building, okay? And this 6th story is the story where all the gurus are living. 6th story is the Agya Chakra. All the gurus are living in the 6th story. And you can include in that realm, Guru Lok, also the ascended masters from Christianity. You can include in that Guru Lok the shamans who were healing, and medicine men who were healing people in the ancient time. As Swamiji always mentioned that long time ago, before the period of civilization, we were all living on one piece of land, and then that piece got scattered. One of the piece that was close to Himalaya, that became India or Bharat, and then from the Himalayan place, the knowledge was developed as the yoga. But before separating those lands, people were praying and worshipping 5 elements. There was no organized religion as we know today. There were no organized religion in the name of religion, because in fact Hinduism, Vedantic philosophy teaches us dharma is the inner voice. It is the guidance coming from your soul. That is the true dharma. That is why Buddha said dhammam saranam gacchami. Go to your inner dharma. When his disciple asked him at the last minute, what is your final teaching? He said, appadipo bhava. Enlighten your own self and listen to your own dharma. Then next is sangam saranam gacchami. You go and in the collectivity, in the group, buddham saranam gacchami. You go to the enlightened person. That is what going to guru or sadguru. This is very simple. The guru lok is not just limited to one religion, one path, one it is the Western philosophy that has given the name religion. Religion comes from legion. Legion was more about the army that was fighting for something. We are not fighting here. We are fighting our inner demons. We are fighting with our own negativity. This is the victory. That's why we have beautiful prayer that हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करे, दूसरों पे जय से पहले खुद पे जय करे. Meaning that give me, oh Lord, give me the strength. I want to win my own mind. I want to win my own negativity and negative emotions. If I can conquer my own self, my ego, then only I will be able to reach to you, because the only thing that is blocking us reaching to God or such Sadguru is our ego. And Swamiji recently said in his discourses that the best and easiest way to progress in the spiritual journey is love. Love that is unconditional. That is why he says, chant the mantra, I am a holy soul, I am a pure soul, unconditionally, without any expectation, without any attachment.
Yes, that's beautiful. Yes, and this Guru Lok, like you said, it's like a little sixth floor of a big building. If you reach that area, you will get all the wisdom, the guidance, the protection of these wonderful, highly spiritual masters, and they guide you as well along your path as well. And if
one
you
thing that I should add, one thing I should add is they also get bored sitting there doing nothing, because they have reached to very high level. So sometimes in order to go to the 7th floor, they cannot easily climb, or they cannot just easily raise themselves. They have to come down, they have to earn, they have to practice, they have to share what they learn and what they have. That is why this avatara or this Buddha, Ram, Krishna, they came, Jesus, they came on the earth and they shared themselves to go from the 6th to 7th floor. Rajneesh has explained very beautifully about this concept. If you ever get chance, you should listen to what Rajneesh has to say about the different realms and different lok based on 7 chakras, just simple analogy.
Yes, what did he, so in here we're saying about different loks means different consciousness levels, different dimensions of life.
Dimensions. You can
different
compare it
dimensions.
with different dimensions.
And people say also, there's heaven somewhere, like they say there's a Sarvalok or something, there are all these different dimensions that we hear about in our scriptures. But there must be these places. What I mean by that, it's everywhere anyway, because consciousness is everywhere. We connect to these logs through our meditation, through our practices.
In fact, on a subtle level, we are always connected. When we are saying heaven and hell, it is the existence in the dimension of astral plane only, where I'll try to give you a very simple example. The water, if you freeze it, it becomes ice. If the ice again melts down, it becomes water. But it gets boiled and it becomes steam, it becomes cloud and it evaporates. Okay, this is a very simple analogy I'm trying to give you. The same way, we are living in the atmosphere, but once the cloud takes all that water by steam of the water, okay, does it go above the atmosphere or it stays in the atmosphere?
It stays in the atmosphere, right? Yes.
So when we are talking about heaven and hell, we are talking about the atmosphere of dimension where we have thoughts and emotions.
Right.
If
Yes.
you don't have thoughts and emotions, then you are living behind that duality. That is why I was saying a guru will teach you with the standard, with the comparison, with the norms and right and wrong and do's and don'ts. Religion will teach you the same way. So this is part of the duality. This is part of the right and wrong, good and bad, evil and good. This creates the heaven and hell. This is the atmosphere of thoughts and words. Guru is beyond the atmosphere of word and thoughts and emotions. He is on the 6th floor and above.
Right, very interesting. And now we were talking about the Mangal Murtis as well, you know, because in UK, even in USA, we're talking about Singapore, India. There are all these various places, and I believe there's been how many Mangal Murtis have been?
So I have prepared something for you to show about
Please share it. Yes, thank you. This is, of course, oh, right. This is very interesting. Yes.
Okay. So as I said, Samarpan meditation is not just a mantra meditation or not just a meditation that is taught by one person to another. This is the energy. This is the, you can say, Guru Sanskara or values that is transferred from one Guru to a disciple, only one at a time when it was in Himalayas. So the gentleman whom you see standing here is none other than our Dada Guru or Swamiji's Guru, whom he met first time in Nepal. His name is Shiv Baba, and originally he was from Bhavnagar, Gujarat in India. But he moved to Himalayas and he was meditating there for almost 40 plus years. And you will be surprised, through energy, he invited Swamiji to him. Swamiji was traveling to Nepal, and a Nepalese old man said that Shiv Baba want to see you. He told us last month when he came out on Mahashivratri that there will be a young boy who will be coming, bring him to me. That is how Swamiji got connected to Shiv Baba, and his spiritual journey started. One guru to one person, one disciple. Those sanskara are given through Diksha. That is Guru Diksha. Remember that. Okay, this is subtle level energy transfer, like you transfer lots of data from your computer to ScanDisk or USB drive. Okay, the same way this information was transferred from Shiv Baba to Swamiji. Guess in how long time? 3 days, 72 hours.
Wow. Yes, all the and what we talk about is like telepathy, you know, all the information gets downloaded on someone, and whatever whatever knowledge this the Shiv Baba would have is then transferred on, so that another guru can take continue the work.
And then he gave up his body, he took the ultimate samadhi, and he says that your time has not yet come. You will go back in the society, you will have your life with family, and then you will come back again to Himalayas to master. Do you remember I was telling that the Guru Lok, those gurus descend, they also work hard and then they grow. So Swamiji is believed to have this knowledge given to his disciple 800 years ago. Now in this life, he came back and he's getting back what he transferred to his disciple through multi-generation of disciples. And today he brought back all that knowledge to this society. Now he says that this is my last birth. Please try to understand that. Swamiji says that this is my last birth. That means I am not going to come back on the earth again in a physical body form. I will be living or exist for next 800 years only in this subtle form, subtle body form, or Sukshma Sarir. So how that Sukshma Sarir is going to work? Because a physical body has the average age of 100, let's put it this way, the maximum we are thinking, okay, in today's time. 800 years, how it will work? So Swamiji has done some totally different type of energy transfer or diksha. Instead of living person, he transferred it into the energy statues, Mangal Murtis, whom we can consider as a living human being, living energy statues. Okay, these energy statues has unique property. They are not mobile, so they will not move from one place to another. Wherever Swamiji establishes him, then it will exist. So in different part of the world, Samarpan meditation has moved from Himalayas to different part of the world, and it is going to be established in just a second. It is going to be established in 16 different locations around the world. There are those 16 locations I'm going to share with you quickly. I have prepared all the different locations there. By the way, you were talking about the ashram in UK. I have given you the site here. This is the UK site.
This is the one in India that I remember seeing that was just a lovely land. And then now there's a beautiful ashram there and such powerful energy, when you go there, such peaceful energy.
Absolutely. Yes. So just to let you know, how can we manage these 16 energies and energy statues? So Guru Tattva is the organization Swamiji has established in India. In UK, we have Samarpan Meditation UK, or Sri Shiv Krupanand Swami Foundation of UK is the trust that exists. And this is the website. If you can note down, you can learn more about it. And Hani is going to tell you about what project they are working on currently to bring the stable house for this Mangal Murti in UK that is given to you guys. This was the number one first Mangal Murti that was established in Dandi near Navsari, Gujarat in India. Okay. Now what Swamiji does, he spent 45 days before Mahashivratri every year. 45 days Gahan Dhyan Anushthan, we can call it deep meditation practicum. So in the year of 2007, he consecrated one Mangal Murti. He put his own consciousness, just like a guru gives his divine consciousness and knowledge to his disciples. Swamiji consecrated his knowledge, his siddhi, his energies, his powers into this Mangal Murti. When he went for the first time, he prepared his will and he says that, I don't know if I will be coming alive after this 45 days or not. He was mentally prepared to give up his body in that exercise. Okay. Luckily, by the grace of his guru, he was able to survive, and then he continued for next 15 years, same exercise again and again. So the second Mangal Murti was given to UK. You people are so lucky in UK that you were getting this second Murti immediately after Dandi. And currently, this is the progress that is going on for the retreat center or ashram, Samarpan Ashram in Longacre, UK. Hani, where are you right now?
Yes, so I'm actually in London, and this is brilliant because this is in Leicester in the UK. And this is what we've been working towards, actually, doing some fundraising to help to set up this particular meditation hall. As you know, and you're aware, and I don't know if our audience members are aware, but Samarpan is always taught free of charge, like many of the highly spiritual organizations, where they pass on knowledge completely free of charge. So this hall is where people can go in and enjoy quiet time, spiritual time, spiritual growth time, and of course workshops would be held, etc. So this retreat center is really, really important here in Leicester. And it's one of the most powerful energy forces that will be created here in the whole of UK. So we're looking to raise funds. We just did, as you know, Hitendraji last week. I just wanted to say a very big thank you to Healing Our Earth as well for supporting us with that. We had Meena Trivedi, who's our in-house singer, who came along and supported us by singing these beautiful songs on the day. we had some dance groups that came along, Bharatanatyam dancers, Kathak dancers. I did a workshop and hosted the event, and we did a fundraising event, and we're looking to raise £250,000. So if there is anybody out there who would like to support in in helping to share this transformational knowledge and gift people with the gift of spirituality, then this would be a fantastic place to perhaps donate. And then in the next few weeks on Healing Our Earth and in our social media, I will be sharing some wonderful links, the donation links. If you couldn't make it to the event, like you missed the actual show, you can still support by maybe donating an amount. Tickets were only £10 when we held the actual show. So if you could, each one of you donate £10, we would be very, very happy. And you would have done your little bit to help our future generation, you know. So what do you think, Hitendraji? Why should people, I mean, I know I'm winding up now because it's about 5 minutes before we have to close up today.
So I want to give people exposure to all the 16 Mangalmurti location, because we are connecting the ley lines underground on the earth. So this is, let me go quick and then we will say that.
Sure,
okay?
thank
So
you.
2008 was Longacre, UK. Then next one was for us, for the continent of America. We got Samarpan Retreat Center of Americas in Saint Columba, which is near Montreal in Quebec, Canada. Okay, so this was in 2009. Next one was in 2010 for the Ajmer, Rajasthan. Everybody knows Ajmer. Recently, Swamiji did the this ceremony to put the colors on the top of the place, Guru Shakti Dham. Next is Shiroda, Goa. For this also, the construction is going on. If you notice, all over the world, the construction is going on simply because Swamiji says that before my age of 70, I want to finish all these projects. And people are working day and night. People are donating from every source to make these projects become successful. This was 2011, Shiroda, Goa. Next one was Punadi, Kutch, which is again northwest of Gujarat. And these are different projects again for the Guru Shakti Dham. Another one is in Rajkot, Gujarat, in India. This was from 2013. As you can see, the construction already started in so many places. In Australia, we have from 2014. It is at somebody's house in the garage. So you can see where there is a difficulties to establish or buy our own land. We have started on a small scale like these people have done in Australia. Then we are in, again, new Murti that came in 2016. Swamiji gave it to Dandi, which is a big Guru Shakti Dham currently. So there are two Mangal Murtis sitting in Dandi. So it is one of the most auspicious place to be, as Haniji was telling before, that she has been there, she has lived in this place, and there is so much serenity and tranquility in this place, you can't believe.
Yes, I just returned back this year from there. So I visited this year. It was beautiful.
This is another number 14, the missing one. I'll have the list later. Mahudi, Gujarat, where currently Swamiji is staying. Okay, so this is near Ahmedabad, Gujarat. This is Bangalore, Karnataka in India. Okay, so this also inauguration has been took place in last 1 month only. This is Nagpur, Maharashtra, which is in the central India. And just week before, Swamiji was there for this Khad Murat. These are the places that I could not find the pictures, but we tried to prepare this for you. In 2015, Swamiji gave the Murti to South Africa. In 2017, we have the Mangal Murti that went to Kolkata in West Bengal, India. In 2018, we had the Murti that was given to Singapore. And in 2019, there was a Murti that came again to Europe in Frankfurt, Germany. So these are all the different places where Swamiji has given those Murti. It is like he created the electricity pole. And those electricity poles are connected by the divine Guru energies that is going to work on the earth. And he has created the structure of this Guru Shakti Dham or temple of Guru Shakti, Guru energies, so powerful that from the underground level, they are connected with the ley lines under the earth to different places of the earth. So all the divine energy that we were talking in Guru Lok, and this is the Guru energy that is connected on the earth, Prithvi Lok. These two is going to create the beautiful in and out rotation of energy. Okay, and that is how Swamiji is making use of his 800 years of tapasya through different lineage of Guru that passed down to him in today's time is going to be beneficial not just to you and me in today's time, but to the next generation. It is like in Hinduism, we believe that our 7 generations should benefit from what we are earning today. That is what is going to happen. If you give donation to one place or one hospital, it will be for that particular location. But if you give donation to this project, it is going to last for 800 years, for generations to come, not just for my children and your children, for many other children, regardless of any boundary of race, religion, color, creed, or nationality. That is
Thank you. That is amazing. And of course, anybody who wants to donate to this, they can go and visit summerfrommeditationuk.org and just /donate and just donate whatever you can. If you want to gift the world with something very special. And this is wonderful because whoever will go to these places and pray for spiritual growth will automatically, it'll be like lighting a candle, isn't it? You have little candles, so if the candle is lit, you just have to light another candle and you get enlightened. So it's a very, very powerful place. So Hitendraji, you have absolutely been amazing. The way you've explained everything step by step. I love the way you explain things. It's absolutely wonderful. And I'm sure that all our audience members who are listening right now will be truly inspired. If it was me listening to something like this, I would want to definitely go and support such a good cause. It's not a cause for just a particular location, but it's a cause for the whole planet. It's a cause for the whole of humanity. And it's a cause that is being worked on for many years to benefit many generations, as you mentioned. Thank you so much for very kindly explaining all of this in such a good way. And Hitendraji, of course, we also wish you, because I know you have the Canadian ashram that you're working on and doing a very grand job with. I know there are many, many meditation practitioners who are connecting to this particular organization. And again, it's all about soul consciousness. It's about becoming more soul conscious.
We are working hand in hand with Canada, America, Brazil, Peru, Mexico. All the sadhaks from the North and South America are getting together, and we already have the land. We already have the temporary Guru Shakti Dham, but we are going to start the construction by the grace of Gurudev next year. And we hope that Swamiji will come and bless this place by inaugurating this Guru Shakti Dham and ashram. And that is our desire. And I want to bring blessings of our Gurudev to each and every viewer who are watching this program. And global namaste from my soul to your soul, whoever is watching.
Oh, thank you so much, Hitendraji, and thank you. You have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us here at Healing Our Earth. And I would say that this Sunday has been a very special Sunday for us to be able to be in a position to share this really powerful knowledge with the world. So thank you. So with that, having our Hitendraji joining us here, should we finish off with a lovely prayer, both of us together? And maybe wherever you are sitting and watching this program, if you'd like to join us to do a little special prayer to say thank you to everybody for joining. Those of you who still haven't joined us on our social media, Healing Our Earth is on Twitter, it's on Facebook, it's on YouTube, on Pinterest, Instagram. So do make sure that you follow all our social media platforms. And also our mission statement, as I would like to definitely share, is, of course, Healing Our Earth is all about promoting happier, peaceful, healthier, and more inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online education and entertainment, which of course includes all the information that we've been sharing. So let's finish off with a lovely prayer and a very global namaste to everyone who has joined us here today. A big thank you to all our guests who joined us again and shared such powerful wisdom and knowledge. So with that, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I would like to share a prayer today that may all the higher gurus bless every single viewer, audience member, volunteer, technician, and of course, the founder, Neil Kumarji, with blessings so that we may continue doing this great work, sharing knowledge, bringing wonderful like-minded people together on this platform. And of course, continuously doing work that will help benefit many, 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 many people in the future as well through these wonderful programs that are being staged and put together for you. So with that, I'd like to finish off with an Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha, which is a wonderful spiritual mantra, spiritual prayer. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha, Tatsavidurvarenyam, Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi, Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha, Tatsavidurvarenyam, Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi, Diyo Yona Prachodaya.